Right was. Yes, yeah. All right, we all join me in the allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we ask you to be in this meeting today and guide our commissioners as they represent the people of the county. We ask you to watch over our employees, protect them, for your blessings out on the county. Pray in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Right. I'll call the March 4th meeting of the Linn County Commission to order. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? If not, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented. Moved and seconded to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $168,089.90.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded to approve the claims in the amount of $168,089.90. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Adds and abates.
Yeah, there's 229 through 239. Grand total is a negative $2,089.16.
16 cents. Would you say for cents? 2000.
16.
Thank you. I'll make a motion that we approve the adds and abates 2020 or 229 through 239 for a negative total of $2,089.16.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded on the add and abates. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Got the sheriff's monthly fee report.
All right, Wyandotte County inmate housing from January, 41,782.50. Wyandotte County inmate housing, $41,242.50. State of Kansas inmate housing, 405. State of Kansas NHTSA for financial year 24 step of $523.95, scrap metal sold of $624.60, a reimbursement of $506.70, Pleasanton inmate housing of $40, civil service out-of-state fee of $130, civil service in-state fee of $195, report fees of $145, fingerprinting fee of $45, conceal and carry at $65, offender fee of $440, VIN fee of $300 for a total of $86,445.25 for the month. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the sheriff's fee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, sheriff's report for March 4th. Total prisoners in of 60, 15 releases this past week. Total prisoners in of 59, total farmed out 1 due to a conflict. Total farmed in 36. Total 911 calls 104. Total jail contacts, 4,061. Total calls for service, 617. Total civil service papers served, 21. VIN inspections, 3. New cases opened, 11. Cases closed, 9. Vehicle crashes, 8. SRO activities, 102 calls for service. Bailiff contacts, 135 with 40 calls for service. Livestock out, 5. That's what we got there. Okay. Don? AMR? Good morning.
Just got the ambulance report for the month of February. It looks like Blue Mound had 6 calls, 1 transport. Centerville had 6 calls, 3 transports. Lacine had 42 calls with 25 transports. Linn Valley had 8 calls and 5 transports. Mound City had 21 calls and 9 transports. Parker had 9 calls and 3 transports. Pleasanton had 34 calls with 15 transports. Prescott had 3 calls, 2 transports, for a total of 130 calls and 63 transports for the month of February, and 5 transported by helicopter.
Any questions for Dawn?
I don't have any.
Are you getting settled into your new role?
Slowly, yeah. Thank you.
So happy to have you.
All right.
Thank you, Dawn. Have a good week.
Thanks.
Randy, fire?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Emergency Preparedness and Rural Fire. I sent out the breakdown of the weekly call total. We had 25 for this week, brings our total to 112 for the year. We had a truck go down last week, got it to Hayes. We had to take it to Hayes because of warranty work. The issue was in a pump. That pump has a 5-year warranty. What it ended up being was a timing issue. We had some gears in there get out of time, wouldn't allow us to go into drive. So we'll be picking that truck up tomorrow. I don't have a repair total. It should be under warranty, but they have not said for sure on that. So it didn't take them long to repair it.
That's good.
I had a Fort Scott Fire Department reach out to me about our old Motorola radios. We can't use them on our new system when we upgraded to this new system, radio system, and they are interested in the radios. Be about 20 handhelds and 3 to 5 truck units. They're wanting to see if they have some excess equipment. They took a truck out of service that had some hose and stuff like that on it. I was wanting to see about getting your guys' permission to do some trading to get some hose in. A lot of our hose, the sizes that they have were 18 to 24 months out if we order it. So this would get us some new hose a little quicker. But just wanting your permission to work with them to get rid of these radios and get some equipment that we could use.
We'll never use radios again.
No, because they're Motorola and we're on a Kenwood system now.
I don't have an issue with it.
I'm good with it too, Randy.
Okay. We're right in the process of switching over to our new reporting system. There's been some bumps in the road, getting through those, getting guys trained. Over the next couple of weeks, they're going to be implementing more and more of this program. One of the things that I'll talk about hopefully next week is the Community Connect part of it. That's going to allow the community to download the app and where they can do burn permits and do a lot of pre-planning, giving fire department information online. So just kind of watch for that, and I'll speak about that, and we'll run ads in the paper. It's my understanding when that comes available, we'll be able to just put QR code out there. Citizens will walk up, scan that code, and I'll download the app for them. So it kind of gives them a little bit of a little tie between us and the citizens on the fire department. It gets where they can put some information in there so we know, hey, if we're responding there, here's their phone number and stuff like that. So, other than, I would like to ask for 10 minutes of executive session for non-elected personnel. I have nothing.
We'll get to you today.
Do what?
We'll get to you today.
Well, we got paged out to 2 fires last week at the same time, so I
It's
had to
fine.
get, so. But that's all I have.
Sounds good. Thank you,
All right,
Andy.
thank you.
Okay. Economic development?
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to let you know our regular meeting, since we changed our economic development meeting time, is tomorrow. We are going to do it at 8 o'clock, though, at the 4-H building. We've got our Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge event tomorrow starting at 8:30. So we're just going to have a real quick economic development meeting at 8, and then we'll move into our event after that. That's all I have today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sean? Public Works?
If you'd like, Commissioners, I need 10 minutes as well for executive session for non-elected personnel. If I can start in on my agenda, or we can go to that in case Randy gets called out again.
Probably be good to get that taken care of, right? Everybody okay with that?
I'm good with it.
Okay. I move that we recess the Board of County Commissioners to executive session for 20 minutes, 10 with Randy, 10 with Sean for non-elected to discuss individual employees' performance pursuant with non-elected personnel matter exception KSA 754319B, Section 1, to protect the privacy of an employee.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good? Yeah. Okay, we have no action from executive session. Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. One of the items I sent you was a owner waiver or agreement to do some tree work. Denny's looking at 100, it says remove tree line on 100 from Landowner's Gate to Montgomery Road, the north on Montgomery, approximately 3/4 mile. He said the whole stretch of this tree line was approximately a mile, and his or directions on it was that if approved, we would be removing a tree line and fence on 100 to Montgomery, then north on Montgomery. The total distance is 0.6 of a mile. The landowner has agreed to move the fence 2 feet back from its current location. This will allow us to better maintain our right-of-way. The landowner has asked that we pile the trees and brush and fencing on the property, and they will dispose of the items after that. This is work on the edge of the right-of-way and will get onto the property owner, but he is asking that we allow to do this while the owner's willing to take care of the existing items after we remove them. They're willing to put in the work on that, and this would allow us to maintain our right-of-way and our ditches more appropriately in that area.
We'll go ahead and clean the ditch and lay the dirt back on the property owner while we're doing this.
At this point, it's the removal of the trees, but I was told the purpose of this was so that we could maintain that right of way and do ditching in the future.
While we're doing this, what I'm saying is if we're gonna do this, let's go ahead and make sure the dirt gets pushed back on let's lay it back on the property owner and get our ditch cleaned up.
It would make sense.
It's not listed in here, but it's something that I can, obviously, this is the part we'd need to work with the property owner. That part of it, I could just give instructions and have it marked and give instructions to the foreman to do it while they're there.
Well, we'll just make sure we do it before we get, if we do it, we might as well do it all at once and make sure it gets done.
Yep.
So I would give that instruction to the foreman that after this work's done, that would be done before they'd move the equipment off the property site.
Sounds good.
Okay? You have no problem with this, or do I need to have you sign it, or are you just agreeing to let me approve it?
I just approve him signing it.
Okay. So we need a motion allowing Sean to enter into this agreement with Linda Wanderley for clearing the trees in our right of way.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been moved and seconded to approve the agreement with Linda Wanderley for clearing the trees on
With
100.
making sure we get the ditch cleaned up. So,
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Next thing I had for you is the eradicators that we spoke about, or rock savers, for the 3 units that we don't have them. We've been able to get 2 bids on these, but these are dealer specific, so we were unable, there's not another dealer in our area for these. So we were able to get 2 bids. Of the 2 bids, Murphy Tractor at $6,770 per unit was the lower of the 2 bids, and we're asking that you approve us purchasing 3 of those. We had slated in our equipment plan for $21,000 to do this, and that is under that amount.
What is the one that we, in claims this week, that we're rebuilding one that it isn't one like we're buying here, is it? I mean, we've got a huge or a sizable amount of expense.
They are rebuilding a used unit that broke that we purchased, I believe, and it was purchased.
Same thing we're purchasing now as well.
It is similar. I can't tell you that it's the same thing as to whether or not it's a flat or a triangular unit, but it is a very similar type item that was purchased in the past, yes.
Yeah, I just seen there was a pretty big expense of fixing one, so.
I think we paid more for the used ones than we did the new one.
Pardon me?
I think we paid more for the used one than we did the new one. I think the used ones were like 7. I don't have a problem with it.
I don't either. We need a motion to approve the purchase.
Yes, I'd say if it's outside your spending limit.
Yes, it is.
I'll make a motion that we go with the Murphy tractor bid of $6,770 per unit for 3 units for the Eradicator Rock Savers.
In this picture, it doesn't have the carbon teeth on it. Does it come with it? State that in there.
I think you'll see that on the actual quote, that all of the other items that are not in that photograph, and the quote doesn't break it down, but I'm told that Dan prepped these and contacted the company, that all of the parts and accessories, he wanted a complete unit bid, and that's what they gave us.
So they'll bolt right up, is what you're saying.
Yes. Because you'll see the second bid was broke down into the Eradicator and the add-ons. The first one is a complete bid for the whole unit.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the next thing I had for you was I prepared what I thought you were requesting on the roadways around the feedlots. And I gave you information on those. Let me pull that up. One of the first items that I spoke to the property owner was about dust control, and he's willing to do dust control on or in front of the properties that were listed. So we estimated what that would be. The second, you'll see a comparison by year for the cost of maintaining the same distance of roadways in one district as opposed to the roadways that we're talking about. The roadways that we picked were just gravel roads in random that were similar. But if you'd like, in the week between now or when you would like to meet with Mr. Rost again, we can pull another stretch of roadway. I can't remember exactly how many feet it is, but we can pull another stretch of roadway. Those were just a comparison and totals between those. And then the last part of that was the numbers given by the South Shop foreman and some photographs of the area that needs repaired, and the fencing or along the fence line that is silted in. And you'll see in some of those pictures, they're not very good pictures, but Mr. Rost has already done some work to dig out on his side to keep that waterway moving. But the roadway itself would need a new tube or 2 new tubes and elevated, and that's a cost to it. What I'm asking you to do is allow me to go back and deliver all the stuff to Mr. Ost, sit down and schedule a time for him to come in and meet with you so that all of you have the same information and same talking points for whatever you want to do with it.
Okay. Are you okay with that? Jim?
I don't know, so, yeah, he can come in and talk, that's fine.
Okay. I'll deliver that to him. We are going out for dust control now. If he is agreeable, which I believe he is, to the dust control items for his neighbors, I would like to go ahead and put that on our list and schedule that. I won't take any payments or anything from him until you guys come up with an agreement. But one or more of those people are already on our dust control list, and I'd like to be able to reach out to them and say, this is what we're doing, so it doesn't end up causing a double billing.
Okay.
And I'll reach out to him and let you know when he's available to come in and meet with you. The next item I had is the high-risk rural roads 1095 project. I spoke to Gabe and relayed your wishes and reached out. We'll be looking at the options of how it's bidded and report back to you. But similar to other grant-funded projects, when we do this, if we put this out or the way we put this out may have caveats to it if we bid one project or we bid multiple projects. So we're kind of early on in the mix of that, but I did relay your wishes. And he said we'd be looking at the options and then reporting back to you. Along with that, it's not on the agenda, but I got it late in the week. The letting for Hell's Bend has been moved back and forth. It is now set for April. I was unable this week with the tablets and payroll items that we were trying to get resolved. I was unable to reach out to the rock quarries, but they are still on my radar and my list to contact this coming week to get back to you. We have Fastenal coming to speak with you at 10:30. The reason they're coming in is in the past, we've had a lot of issues. We had a prior agreement with them that went to the wayside about restocking bolt bins. And I think you'll notice or have heard that we tend to buy 2 bolts here, 7 bolts here, or a box of bolts here, and then they get left in the truck and then we go buy more. Instead of that, we're looking at restocking the bolt bins and things and signing the agreement with them so that we stop buying 2 and 3 or 4 things of one kind and then losing money because it sits in a truck and nobody knows where it's at. And we just maintain the bolt bins or drill bins or bit bins in the shop so that we're not wasting money on those.
It gets pretty expensive with Fastenal.
Sure it does.
It's real expensive.
I sent you all the road equipment and the employee list. This is the items that I'll be working on with Commissioner McCullough to reshape the discussion you had about the shops. And I would like to caveat, because the shop employees and foremans have heard a lot of things in our meetings and it's caused a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, but this is a discussion and discussion only. At this point, we're looking at options for the future, but at this point, we haven't settled on any plan or anything that would change operations at this time, because there was a lot of concern about the back and forth, but I try to quell that with the understanding that until we come to a conclusion and go forward with a plan, operations are what operations are until we say otherwise.
Right.
Transfer station, landfill, and a few extra employees from Pub Works that haven't had the training will go through tablet training this week. Shelley obtained her CDL this past week and is currently working on a road grader and doing training on it over in the Pleasanton area.
How do we do our grader training? Do we just put them in a grader and tell them to go?
Oh, she's working with Franklin, the operator in that area, and training with him. I believe they start in one piece of equipment, then they tandem equipment, but I actually have never trained on that equipment, but that's my understanding of what's going on at this point.
Do they make programs where you have a professional that's been through it to come out here and train them, or?
We have looked and are still currently looking with our state contacts to try to find someone to come in and perform that training.
I know we had some kind of trainer come here 2 or 3 years ago. Is that something we can do again, or look?
That's what we're trying to facilitate. But currently, they're training in the shops and getting those operators the hours they can currently in the shop. I sent you the numbers you requested for the park shelters. The only thing that's not apparent by those numbers are that several times a year, and I was sent a list, but several times a year, we'll have people rent all of the cabins in a shelter or several campsites in a shelter to facilitate family reunions, gatherings, and other things. So because the shelters are there, we get large groups of rentals that also affect the rental in our campsites and in our cabins because of those shelters, because they have the facilities to have their functions there.
So for the small shelter for 2022 and 2023, we made $800.
Yep.
And which shelter we went and put a roof on it?
That is the one that we've went out to bid for a roof on it currently. But because of scheduling conflicts as far as rehab and other family issues, I've been unable at this point to get Randy available to come in and speak with you about that. And whenever he's available, I'll have him come in and speak to you about that. But at this point, he's not available to be here.
Okay.
Johnny and Carl went to the weed conference last week. He said it was very productive. Johnny told me he gained a couple new vendors for chemicals to allow us, because in the past we haven't been able to get at least 3 bids for our chemicals, but he was able to get a couple of new vendors and also look at a spray rig very similar to the one that we're talking about, side by side with a small tank, so we can get off the roadway. He was able to look at one that was fully assembled, and he'll be working on obtaining bids for that in the coming weeks. I've already told you about Randy's issues, and
Do we have an update on how things are going at all on the judicial center? Are we still looking like our middle of March?
at this point currently, I can't answer that completely because I haven't been able to make contact, but I do know that the next thing to be completed should be the fiber. Once the fiber is completed, then the termination of those ends have to happen, and that may take a week or better. So we're going to be pressing that line, and I'm going to continue to try to find out when that time is to get that done. So at this point,
Contact with who?
I'm sorry.
Can't make contact with who?
I've been trying to text and call Randy. He's been able to text me back, but late this week, I tried to make contact and was unable. But I do know he's got family things going on, and he's also got therapy during this Monday and I think Friday, or for his physical therapy. So I've been unable to get an update at this point.
Okay.
But I'll reach out to him again and make sure that I try to obtain an accurate update and a good timeline.
About
And
the senior center at Pleasanton.
they last I was in the building, they were finishing up the north door. They had the sheetrock and mud up in the bathroom. And I believe we are going to paint this week. And once we go to paint, we back out of the building and the floor goes in. And after the floor, we start the process of putting the items back in the building and scheduling those inspections.
So can we say beginning of April?
It'll be determined by the inspection process. I should be able to tell you more next week once I find out how that process is going to work.
Have we applied for the restaurant license deal?
That's what I'm talking about, the occupancy and the license for food service. So once I find out what their schedule is and how fast that can happen, once the items are completed, I'll know a better timeline. But I haven't moved on those items because of the condition and the fact we weren't close to being ready for those things.
Okay.
So back to the park shelter deal. You had a bid for the roof, right?
That's correct.
What was it? 19,000 or something?
I believe you're correct. Right at.
Or we need to do something on that?
At this point,
We're waiting to hear back from Randy as to whether it needed to be done or whether we had fixed it for the time being, right, Jim?
That's what I understood, that it was good enough, maybe we could let it go for a year or two. What I thought.
and in the interim, Sherry's also been working on trying to receive more bids or trying to get you more options. So I don't think we have anything to do on that.
Okay.
Commissioners, that's all I had for you.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. A citizen desiring to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes, and the commission will not take action at this time. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items for a later time or date.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Rick James from Lacine, and this is the third time I've come before you, and it's all been about solar. So I got three things I'll talk fast this morning about. I'm really excited about tonight. I feel like Ric Flair would say, woo! Because tonight you get to see at Prairie View at 7 o'clock, right? 7 o'clock, this group of people have organized the opportunity for people to come and speak about solar. And I know they worked their butts off, submitted thousands of signatures that they didn't want solar, but it wasn't accepted. But maybe tonight, after you watch it, and I understand it's live stream as well, that you'll have all week to review that. If you don't see it tonight, you'll have all week to review it. And then the next Monday, when you come in here, you should be able to make a decision whether you want solar panels in our county based on what you hear tonight. There should be no reason why you couldn't. I believe the restrictions that you've been working hard on should stay in place because of the eminent domain problem that we may have from the governor's office. So I asked that if they were held in abeyance, and I think, Gary, I don't know if abeyance is the right word, but if those restrictions were in place and in abeyance in the event that eminent domain was granted, that we would be able to apply these restrictions to it. And maybe 60 or 90 days could be added to that to review that. I'm just throwing that out there. I think that if it could happen, it should happen. And I think next week you can make it happen one way or the other. And Danny, you kind of talked a little bit about this last week that, if it is granted, if you decide to make that decision, it is granted, that you have 10 years, I guess, of that money you could divide up amongst the different areas or different districts. I would say that since it's going to be in the Northeast District, that if I have to live with the burden of possible cancer and everything else and no wildlife and everything else, that the entire amount should stay with that district. And I would fight for an injunction to make sure that part of the budget stays with us, because Prairie View may have this big, large swimming pool that they've got planned for swimming later on in life, but that money should stay with us. If we have to live with 8,000 ugly acres of solar panels covering up ending all wildlife, all livestock, all all farming at all. We should get the money. And so I hope you vote no next week, and I hope it's next week that you vote for it. Second thing is the contract. My name's on a contract, just like your names are on contracts when you sit there on the commission. This was on Gary's contract for sure. It's a 2-page contract. When you have a 2-page signed contract, then the second page is the one that is valid. It's valid. Just like when we have real estate contracts for 16 pages, the last page of that contract is signed by all parties. It is. It's signed. Just like when you did banking or you do your contracts, the last page is the important page. You can have other parts of the contract. You can have amendments and addendums, but they need to be signed. They need to be filed with the county clerk, and understand that that wasn't done. So I don't know what you do about that, but I know this, you need to have it resolved. And that's another thing you can get resolved next week as well. And the last thing I'll speak to you about real quick is the STARS program. You gave roughly $400,000 to a program that we don't have any record of what they do. We know in theory that they're doing, but we don't have any record. So wouldn't it be good to have a memorandum of agreement, a memorandum of understanding that what the school district's responsible for, what the county's responsible for, what they're responsible for. And you know, Dr. Allen stood here the other day and said he didn't have any qualified, certified instructors. He had good instructors, and I believe that maybe the program, you voted for it, maybe the program is a great program, but you need people that's certified, qualified, so in the event that something happens, you at least have that backing for it. And I will tell you this, that I filed on Friday to run for state representative for the 4th District, and I'll fight for all against solar panels, and Bourbon County's going to go through it. Henry County's going through it. Over in Missouri's going through it as well. They're coming to our rural counties to take over, and they're doing it with the solar, they're doing it with the wind. And I hope that you all listen to the people tonight, and next week you can get rid of this stuff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick. Is there other public comment? Dave?
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It'll be real short. I know we've purchased a system called Civic Plus for public notices. I commend you for that. I think anything we can do to increase the communication with the citizens of this county is a good thing. This may be redundant. I just want to be sure that you consider requiring all department heads to use that system when there is a required public notice. I'm not suggesting you do away with the newspaper. It needs to be in the newspaper, but when you use the newspaper, you also require the department heads to use this new Civic Plus system in addition to that. All that does is just increase the communication, which I think is what this system is all about. So please give that consideration. Any questions?
I think we have a workshop on that today.
Oh, good.
Everybody can.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Is there any other public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment.
I think we got some things to talk about right there from the public comment myself. I mean, before we kick the can down the road any further, my understanding from that there is no third page. I've asked David, there is no third page. And I make a motion. We request the resignation of Gary Thompson for breach of contract.
Okay. Is there a second?
Gary, you want to speak on it? I mean, what do we?
I believe that the way that I've been functioning is the way the commissions have wanted me to function, including this commission up until recently. I believe that I've been billing the way the commissioners expected me to bill. And the only change has been that we went to a monthly billing instead of a semi-annual billing. You guys have all the power. I mean, you can vote to request my resignation and I'll be gone. You can change the terms of the contract in whatever way you want. And if I'm not happy with that, I don't have to stay. You are the ones that write the checks. You're the ones that have the power. So that's all I got to say. I'm not going to make any other defense.
So we don't know why the contract that you have, no one has a,
I remember the situation a little bit better, but we
There
had,
is no third page because Gary, you know as well as I do, if it was a third page, it'd be signed, right?
at the request of the commissioners, I brought that third page to an executive session and said, this is an explanation of what these billable hours are. In fact,
We don't do business in executive session. If we do, it's got to be a signed contract, Danny, and you know that. A banker knows that, and you know it, Danny. We've been led to believe that it's the third page of the contract. And you know that too, Jason. If the third page isn't signed, it isn't there.
okay.
Is that all you have to say is okay? You're going to sit there and let this happen, huh? You're responsible right here, Jason. You've got to man up and take responsibility for what we're doing. You might not take anything from the day before you was elected, but when you was elected, you've got to man up and be responsible for what you're doing. Both of you do, and including me.
So is that what this is all about?
About what?
This is about the contract, guys. This is about what.
That's what it's about. It's about the contract, and you're responsible for it. Go back and look at how many dollars we've spent since 2015. And I realize some of that's on the jail, but I'll tell you what, it just keeps increasing even after the jails went off. We're done with the jail. The expenses are increasing. The extras.
And that's why I asked for him to be held accountable, but by providing us monthly logs.
You don't have a contract of what it's saying. It should be, maybe it should be the $99,000 is what he's doing it for. Because there's no extras unless we specify what it is. And if it's specified, it has to be out in open session.
Okay?
So where's that? You're just gonna let it just go on, Jason. I don't think you'd do that in the banking business.
Yeah.
You told me last week you was a banker
When did I say that?
in your speech.
Okay, I had been a banker, yes.
Okay. You understand contracts?
Yes.
If it isn't signed, is it a contract?
Commissioner, there's no need for this to divide you guys. I'm not going to insist that you request my resignation. I'm just going to give it right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll leave this laptop here at the county property. I need a few days to get my insurance straightened out with David.
Okay. You have any thoughts on who we should have as county counselor?
I have some ideas. Let me work on it. I will bring them to you.
You mean outside of the commission?
I'll talk to them, but I will bring it. We'll do the business right here,
Okay.
Jason. I don't know. I'll teach you how to do that.
Thank you. Be looking forward to it.
Okay. I'll lead by example.
Okay. All right. I had just a couple of housekeeping things that I thought we should address. I would like for us to go to a consent agenda to start out the meeting, where we ask for additions or corrections to the minutes, any questions or discussion on the claims, any discussion on the ad and abates, and then we have just one motion to approve those after we've gone through that process. You guys have any thoughts on that?
I'm good with whoever doing it myself. I'm fine with it. I don't see a problem with it, but what do you think, Danny?
What's your reasoning? I mean,
We're still hitting the same bullet points. It's just one motion cleaner as far as record keeping. I've seen it done this way in other meetings. That's why I'm bringing it to your attention. David, you also seen it?
Yes.
You have thoughts?
I've had it listed that way on the agenda for a long time. We just haven't ever done it. It would just take one motion to approve all those things. It's the way we do our K-Camp meetings, and we'll have a short time if there's any questions and then just approve it and go. It's just reducing the amount of motions that are required.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the way we're doing it right now, and it's just being more transparent for the cameras. So, I mean,
Okay, so scratch that one?
yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Talking out of turn during the meeting. I think we need to be doing a better job of controlling our meeting, not allowing for interjections from the crowd and things that way when we're not in public comment.
Who's the chairman?
I am.
You got the gavels.
Okay, so you're saying I have the authority to remove people from the meeting if necessary?
I don't think you're gonna remove anybody because I don't think you can.
Okay.
I don't think you're allowed to.
I mean, you can stop the meeting for sure and not proceed until the issue's taken care of, I guess. But
Okay.
You can take care of it, but I don't think we can remove people. Do you, Danny?
I think that's more of a,
It's the commissioner meeting, not the meeting of the commissioners with the public.
right. But I mean, I don't
So
know.
they're not supposed to be speaking out of turn and talking when they're not having the floor or haven't been called to the podium, correct?
No, I agree. But I mean, how are you going to remove them from the meeting?
Ask them to leave.
Well, if you ask them to leave and they don't leave, what are they going to do? What do we do? Just stop the meeting until they leave, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's what,
You think that's appropriate or not appropriate? And that's why I'm talking with you guys.
I mean,
I don't think we've had a real issue with it myself, but I mean, I don't think it's drug out that long. I mean, yeah, we've had.
Let me put it this way, Jim. Can you control your friends?
Control my friends? I think,
Yeah.
I don't know who's my friends. Explain who my friends are. This is all my friends?
Are they not? So. There we go.
Can you control your wife and your friends in the other office? Your
As
wife?
much as I can.
Your wife? Where you know what's going on when the meetings come and Danny and I don't?
Yeah.
So where are you talking about that at? You know about a lot of things that come right to this meeting and Danny and I don't know about them.
I pay attention.
Yeah, at home?
Nope.
At dinner table or where?
Nope.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Why don't we move on? Because I'm not in favor of what you're saying. So
Okay.
just Danny.
The last thing I have is on agenda items. So I think that on agenda items, we should have name, who they represent, and the topic of conversation listed out on the agenda before they're put on the agenda. I would also like to say that I'm not going to resign. Jim, are you going to resign?
No, I'm not.
So-
I think
so I would-
fill out my paperwork probably and run again probably.
Okay.
I haven't made up my mind for sure, but I think
Okay,
that's where I'm at.
but all I'm saying there is that, can we stop with those charades as far as people coming up and asking us to resign? Do you think that would be a viable option?
I can't control.
They can do it during
You know what,
public
this
comment?
is America, and they're gonna be able to do what they want to do. I've heard a lot of conversations of coming in and slamming on me and asking me to resign, and have you heard me cry about that one time?
No, and I'm not
Okay, so
crying
let's
about
move
it.
on.
I'm not
You're crying, I'm not. It sounds like to me, so let's move on.
just stating the fact that I'm not going to resign. I asked you if you were going to. I'm not expecting you to, Jim.
We're not, let's move
Okay,
on.
fine. Thank you.
Move on.
Okay. All right, that's all I got.
That was quick. You got something, Danny?
I don't even know where I'm at today. I can't catch up. You guys are moving too fast. I know there's a lot of tension between you two. I mean, all of us, I guess, but especially you two.
Yeah.
And I had talked to David and Gary about this here a while back about me maybe taking the chair spot back over to give you, I feel like that you don't have a voice like you used to just because of the spot you're in right now. I could be wrong. I don't know. You know, and I'd be willing to take the spot back so that we can try to move forward. Not that I run a better meeting than you. It's just an idea.
Okay.
So I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that are. I think it might help a little bit. I don't know. Not that I like that spot at all. I'm just saying I would be willing to step back over there and just be the chair so that maybe it'll alleviate a little bit of tension. I don't know.
You think that would help, Jim?
That isn't the problem. You know what the problem is. I think I've been pretty open to what the problem is. Long before you even took office, I think.
Okay.
And I think it just elevated clear through the whole process.
Have you tried to work with me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about it, Jason?
I mean, like I said, I'm just trying to run the meeting. Trying to,
I'm not saying you're not doing a good job. I'm not saying no that. I'm just saying I'm just trying to figure a way out to,
I'm not throwing stones back at you, Danny.
you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be the middleman here. When
I
I'm,
appreciate that.
I mean, you don't have to give an answer. I mean, think about it.
Okay.
I'm willing to do it. If not, I'm cool too. So either way.
Okay. I appreciate you throwing that out there, Danny.
Yep.
Okay, 10:15, we had Fastenal.
Commissioners, like I said, we'd scheduled Christina Lamb from Fastenal to speak with you about bolt bends and drill bends in our shops, trying to curb some of the not only loss in purchasing items one at a time or a box at a time, but also the administrative background cost of processing all those paperwork. With the current situation, I've instructed her that she can speak to you, but we probably won't do anything other than listen to what she has to say and gather some information today. Thank you.
Hello.
I've submitted two government contracts. We currently service the fastener bins for each of your guys' locations, but the bins are decaying. They're rusty. Our products go into those bins. So the managers reached out if they could get new bins. So we put it on a contract. What that entails is we would manage the products in those bins. You guys would purchase the bins. We would give you the container, the cabinetry for free. But we would like a commitment to continue service for those fasteners for the next 3 years. If you're unhappy with our service, then we would let you out of the contract. If it's for other reasons, if you just go to a competitor, then you would need to purchase those bins back. It's pretty much the gist.
So if you discontinue contract, then you don't take the bins back, is what you're saying?
Correct, yeah. If you guys are dissatisfied with our service, then I would just write it off.
And what is the cost? Can you state what the cost is?
For the government, the contract of the bins is free, but if you guys want to know what you guys would be charged if you guys stopped, then I can get that to you.
I'd like to know that cost
Yeah,
for
of course.
each stocking
Yep.
area.
I mean, what's a typical number? Do you know?
It's probably just a couple thousand. Each bin is about $20. I think one facility wants 20. One facility wants 20 at about $20 a piece. Another facility wants about 24 at about $20 a piece. And then that's what it would be free unless you guys canceled. But I can get the
Roughly
exact.
45 times 40 is what you're saying to stock us. And then you just come weekly and
Yeah, we,
replenish it
yes,
off
sir.
of what's in the stock.
Yes, sir. And you guys own that product. So
We use it we'll go through that many bolts for every week. You have to restock it every week.
that's our service. We check you every week. We don't put orders in every week. What we do is we come in, if you guys' bins are under a package, like most of our package come in 25 packs or something around there. If we see that you only have a few in that bin, we will deliver 1 pack. We will not overfill you. If you guys wanted, we could even quote the managers and get an approval before we deliver that product. It's whatever you guys need us to do.
Now, is it bolts only, or do you guys sell tools too, right?
Yes, we sell janitorial tools, safety, everything. But right now, what that is just for is the fasteners.
So what, on the tools and things, we just order them weekly? I mean, if you come in and we told you you wanted something, you'd have it for us the next week?
We get,
Tool or-
yeah, or within a couple days, we get freight deliveries 3 times a week. If it's an emergency situation, we could come down, deliver it within 2 days. Usually the tools and safety supplies, I get emails from Denny or Lacing, and I submit them quotes first. And then they go over it and everything, and then they send an approval.
Okay.
And this is what they requested for you to
Correct,
quote
yes.
them?
Yes.
And it says number of units. You're talking about 8 bolts, 5 bolts, 2 bolts?
Correct.
What do you guys think? Do you want her to get us numbers on it, or?
I'll send those regardless of
Okay.
the cost of the bins.
I'll just state where I'm at. I mean, right now with what I know about what I see in front of me, I mean, I don't know why our mechanics can't take care of making sure they have what they need.
And then like we need a huge amount of different size bolts, I don't think, I mean, if we had a box of bolts in the truck or in the shop.
So our own bolt bins.
And our own bolt bins, and our own bolts, we have hardware stores in town, and I don't see it myself.
Okay. I think that would be a viable solution. Okay. Is that where we want to go?
I think so. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming in today.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. You bet.
Okay. David, did you have anything else we needed to take care of at this
Do
time?
not. The only question I would have is when you get to the end of most of what you have scheduled today, if we could do that discussion this afternoon as a workshop, with no action taken. I think all that would take would be when you get ready to adjourn, you adjourn the meeting until next week and you hold a workshop at 2 p.m. today. That way we don't have to worry about minutes. And I can't imagine that you'd be at a point of taking action with them today
With the
anyway.
pilot with Clearway, what you're saying, yeah.
And that way that would allow me to get back over there to work and get some election work done that I need to wrap up.
Okay. Danny?
So do you guys want to recess from now until 11:30?
We've got KDOT and then the notification meeting also.
Yeah, at the moment you've got right at an hour until you've got anyone else scheduled to come in.
Okay. Is that what you need? That work?
That work? I mean, yeah, if that's what you guys want to do.
Okay.
Unless everybody in any departments have anything or whatever.
The only one we haven't heard from is Darren, if he would have something.
We'll make a motion that we recess until 11:30 when KDOT comes in.
Okay. I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to recess until 11:30 when KDOT comes in. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
I'm just gonna set that where it shows like executive session to turn off the recording while we're at recess.
Fine.
Because I don't have one that
Be back at 11:30.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and get back into session. On the agenda, we have KDOT, Aviation, and Airport Committee.
Ray is here. Okay. So Ray is the new aviation director for KDOT. He's here to kind of talk about some options that we have. We also have some airport committee members here as well. So I don't know if you want to just have Ray come up first. Okay.
Start there.
Sure.
Right?
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. Ray Sieve, Director of Aviation for KDOT. So I learned from Jessica that the county is looking at various options for the airport. The airport did receive Kansas Airport Improvement Program grant funding over the years, and I have a list of the grants, but more than anything, when we see an airport in this position or a community in this position, it's typically because the community hasn't seen what the airport does for the community. And airports typically struggle when they don't communicate that message. So I was able to reach out to several of the airport committee members and kind of discuss where the airport is, where it could go, who the current users are, some of the issues that you're currently having. And I have some suggestions for resources that are available to you. More than anything, I'd love for the Division of Aviation to be an available resource for you. I have some recommendations for additional resources for information. And, if you have any questions, we'd be more than happy to discuss that. From what I've heard, it's just that the county may feel like the airport is a burden. There's money that is needed to upkeep the airport. And it sounds like, again, from what I'm getting from users, that the county doesn't necessarily want to put in another dollar to support the airport and looking for ways out of that. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm getting from some of the users.
Those are conversations that we are having.
Very good. So, one of the things that, we can look at is what resources do you need? The pavement is in. I haven't been out to it, but from the last inspection, the pavement needs some assistance. The county can put in for Kansas Airport Improvement for additional grant funding opportunities for seal coating, crack fill, or whatever, you feel you may need to preserve and maintain the pavement. Also understand that the fuel system is currently down or has been down for a while. And again, I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but it was a $2,000 bill or something to that nature for repairs to the fuel system. If you do have items like that come up, you can apply for emergency grant funding through the Kansas Airport Improvement Program. So you're not footing 100% of the bill for maintaining the airport. You are expected to maintain it, but you do have some additional resources either from, knowledge base or from actual financial assistance through the state. One of the things that I would absolutely recommend is getting that fuel farm up and running because it gives people a reason to come to the community. Without that, typically airports struggle. From what I understand also is that you've had instructional flights that used to come in and, they come in and they get fuel, they fly out. If there's no fuel, then that kind of cuts their options. You've had air ambulance, you have the opportunity to have air ambulance come in, and in this region, there's an air ambulance desert. So any opportunity to access the community is absolutely essential for that community. There's business usage of the airport. There is ag operations, crop dusters that can come in and have come in the past, but if you don't have a fueling option, then it kind of cuts down their options as well.
They bring in their own.
Well, they can. And that's another conversation that you can have. So if they do come in, you can set rules to say if you can absolutely use your fuel as long as you're following our rules and you pay us a fuel flow fee. So that's one of the conversations.
Different fuels than what we have available. Is what the-
So 100, you only have 100 low lead from what I understand, aviation gasoline. You can look at, options for jet fuel. You can get, cheaper systems that are like towed behind a vehicle. But you can also say that anyone that comes in that wants to use they're allowed to use their fuel. The FAA does have some specific rules regarding operators being able to use their own fuel, using their own equipment and personnel. But you can also set expectations and say, you can pump your own fuel. That's great as long as you're being safe and, follow these rules, but you're going to pay us an X amount of, per gallon flow fee out of that. So you're recovering some of those expenses.
How do you police that? I mean, we don't have no gates or anything out there. I mean, they just go out there and start doing what they do.
It requires personnel being out there. So if you don't have anyone at the airport, there's a lot of issues with not having any, either management or personnel out at the airport. Obviously, you have less control over what can go on, but it's a communication campaign. So if you have crop dusters, so I come from an airport management background. I've had these conversations with aerial applicators, and you can talk to them saying, what, in the past we haven't had any rules, we haven't had any discussions, but moving forward, here's what our expectations are. And you can set these and have an official policy regarding, commercial operations. If someone comes in using their own fuel, there's a flow fee that's associated with it. So it's applied fairly across the board. You're not doing it just with, one company or what have you, because then you can get in.
Another issue we've had is the taxation of the real estate on there. I mean, that's a huge deal too.
That is a huge deal, and that's something that I understand that your attorneys are looking into. That's so. Yeah, I'm not privy to 100% of what is going on, but for hangar use, taxation could be a major hurdle for you, and you should be able to, depending on how it's set up, what you're looking at, you should be able to have an exemption based on if it's aeronautical use and if you're operating it for yourself. If you're selling the ground, that may be another issue, and I think that might be where your actual issue
We
is.
sold some hangars.
Lots.
Or lots for it. There's a hangar on one of them, but we've sold like 5, right? 8? Okay.
So, and I would assume that when you're selling those lots, that there's an expectation that they pay the taxes associated with those sales. I would consider, and it's up to you, again, I don't know your specific financial situation, management and all that. I would consider ground leases, 30, 40, 50-year ground lease for someone to come in and develop. I would consider controls over what you allow to develop and make sure that it's aeronautical use, just so you can maintain it as an airport, so you don't have someone that comes in and tries to do something, outside of what would be beneficial for the entire airport. So those are a couple of things that I would kind of lean towards. You have a little bit more control if it's a ground lease versus just selling it outright. Jessica did forward some of the covenants, and, I didn't go do a deep dive, but then again, the intent is not for us to be your legal service. Obviously, you have your own legal, but just some basic recommendations would be to lean more towards, long-term ground leases, and make sure that you have information or covenants in there that specifically ensure that it's going to be for aeronautical use, of those facilities.
And we've reached out, have we not, Jessica, and tried to get people to come in and take that over for us? We got no involved, we got nothing.
Well, and that's maybe depending on how the communication was or what you're looking at. So there are ways to manage an airport. You can either have someone full-time there, you can have, someone filling in. You can hire a company to come in part-time. So you can pay a management fee of X dollars, whatever that is, and set out what your expectations are, that company manages the facilities for you, collects the rent, does the mowing, maybe brings maintenance if they're able to, brings flight training if they're able to. If you have people that are specifically, they're geared towards trying to grow the airport, then you'll have more success. If you're wanting someone to come in and pay you, it's a small community, so, to be honest, if you're wanting someone to come in and pay you a large fee to be able to, manage the airport and run a maintenance shop and do all of these things, then you may have a difficult time attracting people. But if you pay a small maintenance or management fee for a professional to come in, and you may be able to pull in from communities that are around you. There might be, a part-time manager, at a nearby town that can come in and help maintain the facilities, and you can work out those resources.
So as a county, are we obligated to have an airport in the county?
You're not obligated. You can absolutely, there are grant assurances based on what you've received, and there is a liability associated with having to give those funds back. You're not required to have an airport. I would highly recommend it because that is your entrance into the community. That's an access point to the community. Sometimes airports are the only access after a major emergency. Sometimes that's the only way to get into a community. Airports are also economic drivers for the community. So you have businesses that can do business with you, and it's just an attractive entry into the community. You don't have to have one, but it's ideal. And communities that have divested themselves of an airport have stagnated or have regretted it in the past. So it's something that you should consider. It's just like any other road, library, or school. It's a part of the community that you can either invest in it and have it grow, or you can let it, run down into the ground and try to get rid of it. It is an absolute asset for the community typically, and it's good for public safety, air ambulance flights, police flights, emergency response flights, ag operations that come in and serve the needs of the community, and they need a place to land. There's a lot of reasons that, airports are great. There's flight training, so community members can receive flight training at the airport. There's growth opportunities for your next generation. I can go on and on about the benefits of having an airport, but it does require you to invest in yourself by trying to maintain that airport. And I realize how scary it is to operate an airport because you don't know what you don't know. But as KDOT Aviation, I'm committed to help you with knowing the information and being able to point you in the right direction. I mentioned to Jessica, there's a Kansas Association of Airports. I'm not sure if you're members or not, but it's a very nominal fee, but you can get a lot of information. You can, send, if you have a lease agreement, you can have some, get some comments on it. You can reach out to other airports for assistance. If you have an RFP for, someone for providing services, you can have them promote that. There's a lot of things that you can do to get some of those resources for the community.
So you said that there's a penalty for if we did close it down. What would it be?
The funds that you've received, so there's a 10-year period after receiving a grant that the airport must remain open to the public. If you close it down, then you would be responsible for reimbursing. And I will have to take a look at each. I believe you have 2 or 3 grants that are fall within that 10-year period. I would have to take a look at each contract for those. Let's see. Yeah, there's 2017, the fuel system, 123,000 and change. 2019, solar runway edge lights, PAPIs, and those were 180,000. 2015 airport development plan phase 2, that was 47,000. So anything else prior to that is past the 10-year mark.
So each one's based off that 10 years. It's not the whole thing.
Correct.
Is it prorated any? I mean, there's a.
Our most recent contracts are, our older contracts were not prorated. I'll have to take a look at each one of those to see if it was prorated or not for those contracts.
We had a question from the airport committee.
Hi, I'm Jay. Work at the airport. So, and I don't lie there. So when you shut the airport down, what does that do for the owners? Because there was entire spiel of what was going to happen at the airport, and we bought in. Where we couldn't put that money in a much more profitable, just put it in a retirement fund would have been way better.
Okay.
The building out there, the owner, Randy Shannon, who owns the building out there, the only hangar on there, he's got $500,000 invested on it being an airport.
Okay. Yep. You have people that want to run a business here. You have people not only that want to run an aviation related business, but there's maintenance professionals that want to run a business here as well. There's plenty of opportunities for the community. You just can't see it as a burden. Like I said, it's the next road, it's the next school, it's the next library. It's a community feature that you definitely need to support.
I don't have an airplane, I don't use it. I don't need to go in there, I don't need to do nothing, drive.
Sure, and you don't use every road in the county as well, but there are farmers that are in this community that rely on those crop dusters to come in and serve their needs. Just because you don't directly use it doesn't mean you don't get the benefit from it. I have kids in school and I support schools, but if I didn't have kids, does that mean that I shouldn't support the school? It's a benefit to the entire community. It's transportation in and out of the community as well. There are businesses that, want to do business with this community, and there are community members that want to do business. Aviation has been shown to dramatically increase profit if businesses use aviation for transportation purposes. So do you want to cut out your business's opportunity to create revenue for themselves and operate profitably? Do you want to, stop the opportunity for crop dusters to come in? Do you want to not have access to, the air ambulance flight that comes in for, someone that gets injured on the side of the road?
But we do, we have designated spots throughout the county. It's 7 or 9 of them, correct, David? I don't know.
I don't remember the number. We've got helicopters.
Seldom we probably see
We have helipads across the county for the helicopters.
Do we have any statistics on how often that airport has been used as an air ambulance or emergency services?
I doubt it. Probably the gentleman back there probably know better than anybody, I'd say.
I've never seen it used for that.
I'd say the crop dusters do use it, but we don't supply any fuel for them because they bring their own. I mean, there are.
For some training out of the Kansas City area, to include Lee Summit, flight instructor students come down to take off some landings. In Johnson County, there is a Porter Polaris maintenance facility at Johnson County Executive. And they used to come down and do practice approaches. Granted, there are no approaches here, but with today's instrumentation and GPS, they can create an approach, obviously in good weather, but they practice it many times. And they burn jet fuel. That's the missing thing out here is jet fuel. Now, did a little research. It's a crop dusting outfit somewhere north of Butler, don't have the name. They come to the airport, they bring their own jet fuel, go through hundreds of gallons of it. Obviously, that's in a 1 or 2 month spring season in this area. Crops. They're flying $1 million plus turboprop spray aircraft. That spray company I was told, came to the county sometime back in the spring or summer with the idea of maybe putting a hangar here, and was told by somebody, not a good idea right now because the future is uncertain. Now, they've got the hangar bought, it's sitting on the ground, but can it be here? I don't know that at this point. But there's a little argument going on between the city, Butler, and crop dusters. So there's a potential. Fellow at Miami County Airport, halfway between Osalotamy and Paola, that I talked to this morning, his name is Don Deason. He's got the biggest sheet metal shop and repair center for aircraft that lands with the gear up, tears the wings up, tears the belly off of it. He's out of space, totally out of space. He's interested in this airport. He's interested in the possibility of grant money. And I told him, in our conversation, that there is grant money available. Of course, he wants to go look at the hangar first. He asked the dimensions, what is it, 10, 100 by 100?
No, my lot's still in 100 by 100.
No, I mean the hangar.
Seven basically.
Okay. Well, he's got less than that in Miami County. Aircraft pilot outside because he doesn't have the room to work on them. So there's an opportunity. But like I said, he wants to look at the hangar where Ted works, that Randy Shannon owns, and see if it would fit his fancy. And I think that's probably going to happen in the next day or two. Am I going to take him out to the hangar and let him view it? For a commission, right? Just kidding. Just kidding. I understand your concern. You don't have an airplane, you don't fly. The last meeting, you indicated you take your son there to watch airplanes to take off land. And that's great.
No, they don't.
But you don't see any.
You don't see them, that's why.
I didn't see any. Therefore, you have no need for the airport.
Right.
So why should you or any of the other 9,000 people in this county pay taxes? And Mr. Sadie alluded to, you've got gravel roads out here in western Linn County that are almost a mile long. There's not a single house on it. Why should I pay taxes on the upkeep of that gravel road? Can you tell me that?
I disagree with you. I'm trying to bring everything to light. I want to know it. When we did have people out there, the airport wasn't IPC or whatever that place was, weren't they supposed to, it was kind of built on them bringing these jets in and they were bringing all these big old people.
Where did you hear that?
I just kind of.
There's never been any intent to bring a jet in here. Turboprops, yes. When IPC, that would be Iowa Pre-Stressed Concrete, built this facility, they had a King Air. They were based in, I believe, Des Moines, and they wanted to fly in. We didn't have the airport then, so we went to Fort Scott. So there's that potential. I don't know if the people that are building the pre-stressed walls now have an aircraft or not. But
Let me give you one other thing to think about. Pilot, and this is on down the line, but this is, again, educational opportunity for your next generation. Pilots can earn $300,000 per year towards the end of their flying career. Maintenance technicians, 150 to 200,000 per year. If you don't have a resource to be able to get kids out to the airport to receive flight training, if they can't even, if you don't have anywhere to bring them, then how are they going to potentially have access to even dreaming about, let alone being able to take, flight training? It's an opportunity for your community. Whether you're using it or not is a different story, and we can, my goal is to try to get all the schools in the state to be able to have a high school aviation education curriculum, every single high school. But if it takes, going to an hour and a half to the next airport or an hour to the next airport, then it's not going to be very feasible for your community. This is just another kind of discussion on why an airport is important. I've managed airports and people, if you're not sitting there watching an airplane and come in, you may not even know that the airport is there, right? It's easy to say that I haven't seen anyone use it, but that's not to say that the airport consistently has, every minute has an airplane coming in. It's just, unfortunately, the community.
Ours doesn't. That's I guess where I'm at with it is there's not a whole lot of stuff in Linn County. And so I look at it as, the health department, I know some people agree with me, but it's an asset to the county. I say, anybody can go use that. That's why we pay high, that's why I think we pay high tax. I can't go to the airport and say, we have an airport here, because it is not operating correctly.
But yeah, and that may be correct. It's not operating correctly, so let's fix it rather than getting rid of it.
It took us 6 months to get answers on what we can, about our grant, or, what we had to pay back for our grants.
Ray,
Fair enough.
we've got 70 acres of undeveloped land over there. Would there be any restrictions on us selling that off and using it to try to offset some of these fees that we're going to have to incur to bring it up to snuff?
So let's take a look at that. I know Jessica sent me some of the parcels that you guys had in mind. I would recommend not necessarily selling, but a ground lease. I mean, it's your option. If you want to sell, we can take a look at that just to make sure that land itself wasn't purchased with grant dollars, or it's not located in anywhere that would be needed for an aeronautical purpose. It's your option at the end of the day on what you do with it. I would recommend looking at a ground lease rather than selling. I would recommend having some of those covenants that protect the airport, so you're not devaluing.
We have a haying lease on it right now, trying to utilize it, but I mean, we're talking minimal dollars coming in compared to what we're going to be sending out in the form of taxes and the form of upgrades if we were to try to keep the airport.
Granted, yeah, I mean, that's understandable. If you do a ground lease and allow someone to develop on that, then you still maintain a lot of control. If you sell it off, then you'll struggle more with the control on what it's used for afterwards.
Correct.
So it's just the way that you look at it, and trying to stem off potential problems in the future.
How often does a runway have to be overlaid or redone completely?
So right now yours is there's a pavement condition index that applies to pavements. Right now, your pavement surfaces are in fairly poor condition just from the last pavement inspection. We target like a 65 for pavement condition index on a grade from 0 to 100. Anything lower than that, then it requires additional dollars or more funding relatively to either rehab that surface or bring it back to a usable surface. So right now I would definitely and I haven't been out to see the field itself. I'm going based on the last inspection in 22, I believe. But it looks like it might require seal coat and crack fill. There may be other issues that I'm not considering as well. But every year you can apply to the Kansas Airport Improvement Program for those materials. If you have a service that is going to come in and do that for you, you can apply for grant funding. It's not a guarantee that you'll get any grant funding, obviously, but we do place pavement preservation at, the top of the priority list. One of the other things, we say that there isn't a lot of activity. Our airport doesn't get this, but we're also not trying to help it by, fixing the fuel to give people a reason to come in. If, the community needs to market itself. Why would anyone come in here, period? Not just to use the airport, but why would anyone come in here? I can't answer that for you. You have to answer that question. And once you have that answer, then you can use the airport to help market and promote the community rather than just, write it off and say, why would anyone want to come in and visit us? So, pilots love a reason to go flying. If there's a, remote, cute community somewhere, great, go into that. If there's flight training that can be done on that field without being, very busy with traffic, that's actually a benefit to flight training, that there isn't a ton of traffic coming in. If I can get fuel services, great. If there's a nearby, restaurant or anything to eat.
There's not.
So, there's federal grant surplus funding that's available to airports as well. And I can help you with that information where you can get a courtesy car for pennies on the dollar. It can be based at the airport and allow a pilot to come into the community, fly into the airport, take the car, go into the community. I don't know what's nearby to the airport, obviously, but I'm sure that you can better promote and market your community to the outside. I can't sell you on your own airport. I can't sell you on your own community. I can tell you, though, that there's prime opportunity as long as you support it a little bit.
Do you have time to stay and answer some questions if we have our airport committee speak?
Absolutely.
Okay. Dave?
Right, as far as, can you expand on the emergency funding that might be available to fix?
Yeah, there's, so the Kansas Airport Improvement Program has a grant fund that's available on an annual cycle. We start taking applications around August. We end around the end of October. And then we make announcements sometime around March. The funds are available July, basically. So that's the normal cycle. You can request funds for either maintenance projects, pavement maintenance, fuel farm maintenance. You can request funds for development. There's a matching portion depending on what the project is. You can request it for design, but we have very few funds to go and be stretched statewide. Anything that's outside of that specific cycle, so if there's emergency, repairs that come up, you can apply to that Kansas Airport Improvement Program for emergency out-of-cycle requests. And if we have funding available, and depending on what your project is, then we can help fund that project. So your fuel farm project, a few thousand to get it back up and running, you can absolutely apply to that. We'll take a look at it. And if we have the funds, that is a higher priority project as well.
Does it matter if it's already been funded by grants?
The fuel farm, I understand that we put that fuel farm in, and you really should be maintaining that fuel farm. But if you have something that comes up that you need assistance with, apply. It doesn't cost you anything to apply. We can always say no, but I would definitely apply, make your case, present the information, say why this is important to you, and if we have the funds, we'll take a look at it.
Do you have a basic dollar for the whole state, how much you give for this type of funding?
So traditionally, statewide, for all the grants, $5 million is by statute. Last year we had 11 million to give out annually. And then this year, there is a Senate bill that was introduced that would or basically increase the funding to 15 million, the minimum funding to 15 million. And we believe it passed the Senate, it's going to the House, we believe it's going to pass, and we're already announcing $15 million worth of grants for this year. So 15 million, the short answer is what we hopefully should have for this year. The biggest portion, so we look at pavement preservation, we look at safety. Preservation and safety are the highest priority. We also look at remote communities, access in and out of communities. If So to answer your question regarding air ambulance, they can land on the side of the highway. They can land on, a helicopter pad or what have you. They don't do that always, and if there's not weather associated, weather information that's available, they won't come in at all. So one of the things that we've engaged with the air ambulance, the State Air Ambulance Association, and one of the biggest things that they say for remote communities is a weather system. You can apply for grant funding for a weather system. You'll have to put in a small portion, so you'll have to fund that locally, but it would open up your community to more to the availability of air ambulance. You can always look at applying for pavement repairs, pavement maintenance, the equipment, the supplies. We want you to be able to have access to that stuff to be able to maintain your pavement. So you can always apply. And we're always looking for ways to share additional grant funding sources that may pop up. So we'll send out an email. We'll post it on our social media. There's a tractor program. I'm not sure if you guys need a tractor or not, either at the airport or even in your community, but John Deere has a tractor program where you can lease a tractor for.
We had them here a week or two ago talking about that.
Very good. So we're always looking to share information with communities so you can better manage your resources and stretch your budget dollars. Dave?
One more, you spoke about a management company being an option. Do you have recommendations there? Do you know companies that might be interested in that?
I don't necessarily have a recommendation specifically for a company that would be interested in that, but you could put a request for proposal out. You can share that for management, for paying a management fee to have someone manage the airport. You can share that information with the Kansas Association of Airports. You can list it on a few various aviation-specific sites. I would also reach out to nearby airports because they may be able to assist you. There might be a part-time manager there that can be a part-time manager here. So there's a couple of different ways that you can go about doing that. So you don't have to hire a full-time airport manager that would make sense for community or an airport of this size. There's different ways that you can go about doing that.
Have you spoken with John about what we have done as far as RFPs for MBOs? Is there anything, did we miss anything there? Because we got zero.
I don't know what the RFP specifically.
So the difference was we asked people to submit a proposal for what they want to manage the airport, I guess. So kind of asking, what they would give the county, if they would pay anything, or if they would want, basically give that instead of.
And I think that's the key. So this is a small community. Let's be realistic. Let's build it up first to where it needs to be. Then you can look at going the other way around. But I would say, you know what? The county is looking for, proposals on what it would take to manage this airport. Let us know what fee it would be. Here's what we expect. You would have to, mow the field. You would have to issue notices to airmen as applicable. You would have to apply for grants as they come up. You would have to have one outreach event for our schools. So you would set that expectation and say, you tell us what, you would do. Or, you can alternatively say, we have $15,000 to do all of this. And you can see if there are any takers based on that. So a couple of different ways, but I think based on the size of the community and what you're looking for, and there aren't a ton of services already established, I think it's the other way around. I think you need to pay a management service to be able to manage the airport for you, rather than waiting for someone to come in, beat down your door to be able to, pay you to not only manage the airport for you, but also try to grow the airport for you and start a maintenance service. You don't have a lot of infrastructure that's there already. If you had a lot of activity, if you had the buildings and everything that would be attractive, and you could go the other way and have people pay you to rent or lease those facilities and be able to manage the airport. But it's going to be you needing to put the bill, at least for the management.
Okay.
You know, you can get creative with it. Say that, you know, you'll pay them, I'll throw a number out, you'll pay them $10,000 per year to manage and do these things, and if they wanted to develop a hangar, it'll be $1 per, you know, $1 per annual ground lease for them to develop the hangar, to get it, you know, within the first 5 years or whatever, just to give them the incentive to come in and do this. And once they get it to a point where it's going and they're financially viable, then you can start, you know, looking at recovering. You can also, with the ground lease, you can have a reversionary clause to where, you know, after 30 years, that building comes back to you. And now you're not only just doing the ground lease, but you're also doing the lease on the facility as well. So those are things to kind of consider. Changing the mindset, you know, out of just selling it to where it trickles in some funding and helps with long-term financial viability.
Other questions for Ray?
You said you had some resources available to show us how to make the airport work, because right now it's a financial drain. It's a neat piece of paper that goes nowhere, surrounded by nothing. It goes to the rest of the world. So, as I've said before, to repeat myself, 3,000 foot volunteer, that install will never make a profit. Just like Main Street now City, there's 3,000 feet of it. It will never make a profit. So what is it for? Infrastructure. It keeps you from getting stuck like they did 125 years ago when you go to buy groceries. It's an infrastructure, and that's what an airport is. The problem is, for what it's worth, 27 registered airplanes in this county. Where are they?
They land on their fields. They land in their own fields.
Still in here.
They land in their own fields.
Well, they do. Why couldn't they have a hangar over here?
I don't know.
Exactly.
But we brought in fuel. Compared to when we did have fuel and we don't have fuel, how many planes did we get in here, do you think? What's your name, Ted or Todd? How many do you think?
Specifically for that, because it's a really nice stop between Kansas City and Joplin.
And this fuel here was at one time 50 cents cheaper than Butler or Garnett. And then the price went up because I think the push was, let's make this fuel profitable. Make the fuel pay for itself. The county doesn't need to make money on fuel. Why? There are no hangars here. As I said, 27 aircraft registered in this county. Not one of them is in a hangar over here. There are no hangars. 3 of those aircraft are in my hangar.
I know, that's what I'm stating. I mean, I wasn't here when it was all planned out or not planned out. And that's what I'm trying to figure it out. That's what I'm trying to do.
The bottom line is, aviation is a rare industry. Right? We don't have 5 of this county. We got 1. And Kathleen civilians wanted it after we had the second 500-year flood back whenever that was.
94.
Yeah. So to expect that trip to make money, it's not going to. You gotta get somebody in here. Now, some bad decisions, I think you guys might agree, might disagree, have been made in the past. I think those bad decisions have been inherited. Happy lights. This Jessica here, a year and a half ago, says there's a box in our barn where the parts are that says happy lights. What are they? They're a nicety to have the completion of an instrument approach. Whereas an airplane comes out of the clouds, sees these lights, and can continue the glide path to a landing. Now, they're solar powered. So are the 40 lights on this airport right now. During my sleepless morning, I got up at 4:30 and went over to the airport with my handheld radio. 40 lights 18 of them are burned out. They don't work. But if I look at the notice, it's notices to airmen, it says it's got lights. Would you land an airplane if you were a pilot with half the runway lights there at night? I doubt.
Well, I mean,
So who does the lights? Who cares about the lights?
when I became a commissioner,
Didn't even know that.
when I became a commissioner, we didn't even have a board. Jessica kind of just took the whole thing on, not knowing anything about airport. I mean, we're trying here. That's what, we're trying really hard. And that's why you're on a committee, is because Jessica and I pushed really hard to get a committee here, because before that, there wasn't one.
It's hard. You don't know what you don't know, and that's the scariest thing, I think, for you.
That's how we're-
seeing it as a money pit, and then seeing it as, you know, we don't know what we don't know.
We have another airport that is used 100 times more than our actual airport with drag cars. They get more activity than our regular airport. And I have to drive by it every single day, and I'm just like, I want to do something with it or not do something with it, one of the two. I don't know what the answer is. People can get upset if they want, but
Man, like this man said, get somebody to manage it. Now, on this airport committee, we've probably got 35,000 hours of flight experience amongst the people on it. Who listens to the committee? Anybody raise their hand?
yeah, I
Do
do.
you ever call the committee? and
I
ask
did.
them?
I call the meetings and I come here and sit with
Do
you.
you ever ask the committee member questions
Yeah.
about the airport?
I've never asked you a question. Come on.
This is what I thought of the airport and what you thought of it. And it's two opposing opinions.
There's training let me make a real quick comment. There are training opportunities. So the KAA, the Kansas Association of Airports, does have, you know, a good collaborative. You can ask a question and someone will help you. NASAO has a training program for airports. It's called the Affiliate Airport Program, and it gives you some modules to complete. You just have to have someone that, you know, goes through that information. And I understand, again, Jessica had to take, you know, some of these duties on. I'm not sure if there's an interest in having Jessica, you know, manage moving forward, or there's potential interest in having someone else, but the information is available. It's just a matter of being able to go through it and honestly not being afraid to ask. So, you know, ask the Division of Aviation, ask the KAA, ask some of these other entities. We'd be more than happy to point you in the right direction. So with that said, I am extremely sorry that it took this long to respond. We were going through a transitional period in the division. So that is inexcusable, and that is a failure on our part.
Thank you, Ray. Did you have something you wanted to share?
Well, I just kind of want to run the spiel. So the draw to the airport is fuel sales for outside, it's a gas station. That's its primary function when you look at it. That's what gets the activity. The gas station without fuel is not going to make any money. It's not going to maintain the system. It's not going to do anything for the community. The airport has lots for it, you know, that are sold, and then they're trying to sell lots. Well, there's only 3 of us that were stupid enough to buy lots and without checking what the taxes were going to be. And one of us built a hangar, and there was nothing at that airport without. He's got $500,000 invested. His taxes are somewhere between $500 and $1,000 a month. I think it's up around 80. Nobody in their right mind is going to build anything with a tax rate like that. The hangar doesn't make money. It's just it's a garage for an airport, is what it is. So I would say the first thing that needs to happen is the airport needs to be de-annexed out of the city of Pleasanton, the next thing that needs to happen is the tax system needs to be revised to where it's no more than a regular business would be, like Frankenstein, Trikes, or any other, person in town. They shouldn't have to pay more taxes than that, really shouldn't have to pay more than any agricultural business. So, without having a fuel sales and, people building hangars, I don't see much of a future, other than it being a stop for crop dusters, air ambulance, and the occasional person flying in.
If the airport itself was operating, again, ground lease, and there was development on it, there's a potential that you could get that exemption. And again, you'd have to work with your attorneys on applying for that tax exemption. You might have to go to the BOTA, the tax, the Office of Tax, I can't remember what the last part is, but there's potential that you could look at tax exemption. I think airports and taxation in the state are a mess, so there's definite improvement that could potentially happen there.
Okay.
Another deal here. Mr. Lamb, do you know approximately the amount of taxes that Linn County pays to Pleasanton for that airport?
42?
I could calculate it. I don't know it off.
Ballpark, is it around $30,000 a year?
38, I think.
Huh?
I think it's 38,
I
isn't
think
it?
that's total, isn't it? Right up close to 40.
Yeah.
With the back, is that right?
Yep.
I went by the city this morning, on the way over,
Right.
talked to the city manager.
Yeah, and then-
2022.
Yeah,
And
then we,
face to face, what service
I think we end up with
does the city
about
provide to this county airport? Still, a water meter, and it is at a commercial rate of $115 a month. And, for the life of me, I can't understand why the county, and this goes on the balance sheet, right? Doesn't this go on the sheet showing what the county has spent, 600,000 plus in the life of the airport? In the whole? Why is the county paying taxes, or why does the airport pay taxes to the county? And why do they pay them to the city?
That's why we're in, that's why we're in this discussion.
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
Because it's annexed into the city, I think, Clarence, and
Yeah,
that's,
I know how that came about, but I can also tell you that when Dennis Arnold signed the city on, there's another $250,000 to be had. And his understanding, and mine at that time, it's been over 10 years, was that the city would sign on as a joint venture on this airport, and as soon as it was complete, the city would relinquish any control over that airport. I don't know why that can't happen.
Have there been conversations with the city regarding development or the annexation question?
Yep. I went into to their public meeting and talked to them, and it turned into a heated argument is what it turned into. I've tried, and Clarence, I'm not against the airport. I was one that pushed for the courtesy car, all that stuff. So I wanted to make it work. I was all about the fuel. I was about the courtesy car. Rick James was here when we did that. We got onto the app where we told people we had a courtesy car. I talked to you about that. I'm just not 100% against the airport, but if we're going to keep something, I want a plan. Like, it's just not, we're in this position because we had no plan to begin with. And now here I inherited it with everything else going on.
What was your question?
I was just stating where I'm at on it. Like, I'm just telling you.
So if there is no courtesy car, there's no fine dining.
There used to be a courtesy car, yeah.
There was.
Yep.
we had one for a while.
Where'd it go?
We sold it.
So we've got cop cars that rotated out every 2 years or so, 2.5. Most of these airports, I drove one 2 weeks ago in Joplin, 2 weeks ago. Courtesy car. Put fuel in it, buy a little fuel for your airplane while you're there in Joplin. Go to town and eat. Now, that brings up another point. Somebody wanted to put a cafe on wheels on weekends at the airport. they said, well, somebody told them, I don't know who, no, you can't do that unless you buy a lot. Is that right?
I've never heard that, Clarence. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe it's, I didn't
I
hear
haven't
it
heard.
firsthand. It's secondhand, so therefore, I guess it becomes hearsay.
Well, it kind of. It kind of. Someone come in and use the airport, which some of us paid to, buy property on, and getting nothing for nothing that were promised. So, yeah, somebody's gonna come and make money on the airport. So, investment.
But Mr. Safe here alluded to management. In the interim, we've got this committee that seldom do we ever get any questions. I think if the committee would have been asked about happy lights, they wouldn't be sent in a box. over
How did the Happy Lights come about, Clarence?
We didn't have a committee.
Because I don't know. That was the.
And solar powered runway lights, runway edge lights, runway end lights, solar power. Girls, where are you? They're not real reliable. But the bottom line is, amongst the guys on this committee, it's quite a bit of experience. I've got a lot of experience, maybe more than anybody here. I've done aviation since I was 18. Does that make me real knowledgeable of airports? Absolutely not. But if any of the three of you or Miss Jessica calls me or Dave and says, hey, I got a question, I will have an answer within 2 hours. I don't care what it is.
On the Pappies, is that the actual light or is it parts for the Pappy?
It's light. It's lights.
Oh, beside itself.
Well, you can't do, I mean, that was part of the grant that was in 2019, so that should have been installed.
Sure. But then again, there was the concept that, well, we'll get some of the maintenance guys to go put them in. Wrong, wrong. It's gotta be re-engineered. Burns and McDonnell, one of the biggest engineering companies, engineered this airport.
Let me ask you this, why would you guys allow us to have lights? If what he's saying is true, you guys give us grant money to buy lights, what was something that there aren't even, it isn't even.
Well, the real question is, why didn't whoever it was that bought those lights, got that grant, ask somebody about them, instead of just going ahead and listening to a sales pitch and buying? There they say, $200,000.
So during that process, so you have an application process, you should have a consultant that is working on that project. And typically, basically, we get grant drawdown requests and updates through that process. So why would we allow you to have a grant for something that you applied for? Because that's the whole purpose of the.
But do you know, go back and check to verify that.
There should be a checking and verification process. I don't know what it entailed in that project because it was 4 years ago and before, or 5 years ago and before my time. So typically, yes, those are either inspected on an annual basis or we get verification from you that it's installed. So we're expecting you to go through the right process with your consultant that you apply for funding based on your plans. You take those plans, you implement those plans with that grant project, and then you coordinate drawdown requests based on the project completion. And at the end, we get some form of verification from you. I don't know what it would have been.
Would you have verification of who actually asked for these lights and where this came from and who signed off and said we could use it?
Well, whoever applied for I don't know who applied for that particular grant, and we can go back and take a look at who signed on the
I
contract.
think that's irrelevant. I think that everybody just kind of put their hands together to try and make it work for something that was thrown at us from a different.
Well, what I'm saying is if it wasn't even set up to use what we're asking, where did that come from?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's.
I think, Ray, is there any way we could, put that back in the pool for the state? Because I think we pretty much determined they're not usable on that airport without an extended runway. And could we maybe do a trade so that we get some, use some funding for? Yeah, we do a trade.
Or a
Send
consultant.
me the information on what you have on those pappies, and we'll try to coordinate. We'll try to do that swap meet. I don't know if anyone will have any requests out there, but we'd love to try to be your resource. We try to, again, we'd love to be there for you based on your needs. We'd love to help support and guide. We can't do everything, obviously, but we'd love to help in whatever way we can. So show me your serial box on serial number plate on the box. Go ahead.
We did have an airport committee workshop in this room several months ago. The number one issue that came out of that, which I still think is the number one issue today, and that is property taxes. We've got to find a way to get out from that burden. Not only the county, but the users, the lot owners. If we don't get out from under that burden, we're going to be struggling with this forever.
It's never gonna work.
That's the number one. We said that 3 months ago.
Well, that's what the whole topic was about to start this conversation, was because of the taxes.
We've got to find a way to get out from that burden.
And I went to the city of Pleasanton, and that's when they wanted to try to put a business or something on a piece of land that we own, jointly, and asked them, well, if you guys are willing to, we'll give you that piece or whatever, if you guys are willing to, de-annex, and it got into a heated conversation.
They're going to cut off the nose and fix.
Well, it's just like the water meter over there, and I think this is right. The water meter comes from the rural water district with their meter there, then the city sits there with theirs, and then
It's not, it's a rural water meter.
there's not two there. There's only one meter.
115 a month.
But it comes through you guys, right? I mean, you bill us through it, right?
No, we pay, we don't do it.
You're paying water.
My water bill is to the city. I pay the city for my water.
I thought the water bills went through the city is what I thought. I didn't know.
Mine,
Okay.
it's paid the feds.
I'm not sure if it's the same, but at Augusta, the county, the rural water has a water meter to the airport, and then there are smaller meters throughout the airport for specific users based on the use. It sounds like it might be a similar situation, but obviously not certain.
Can I make a recommendation, commissioners? I would like you to consider going out for bid for a management company, and maybe think about what you would be willing to pay for that. Like Ray said earlier, maybe we can talk about it again next week after you've had some time to think about it. But I would really like you to consider going out for that. I think the airport could work if we had someone who knows what they're doing, managing it, and I'm not that person.
I'm not interested. That's a good idea, but I'm not interested until we figure the tax issue out. But that's where I'm at. Once we figure the tax issue out, if we can get that down, I'll work on it. But until we do that, I'm not interested in, because that's my number one issue,
Yes,
is the tax money.
okay.
And what is the holdup on getting that tax abated that we're paying the city? Even the airport paying the county. I think it's $47,000.
I've asked that question multiple times.
Yeah, you take that over a period of 7 years, 8 years, the airport's been there 10, I guess, finished, right?
So the county has paid more than they got in grant money for signing on this bid to the city in this 10 years.
We get a portion of it back each year because a lot of it goes to the school in Pleasanton. Because that's where the biggest percentage of it's going.
But that's where Pleasanton off the books on that.
But I'm still in the district. So
Would you be willing to go meet with them?
I think we need to do it right here myself. I mean, that's where I think if we're gonna have the meeting, it needs to be with all three of us.
And they're under new administration, so it could be different. I don't know, but
Well, I mean, that's what they reached out saying they wanted to talk about. And then, I was chastised for replying to them and waiting for the meeting to be set up. So. And that's what I did afterwards.
It took 3 weeks, Jason, so don't even go there, because it took you 3 weeks before I even asked you about it, and you never mentioned it to me. If you want to go there, we can go there.
No, let's not.
I recommend we don't.
Guys, let's just talk about the airport.
I'm not trying.
We're in this position because we didn't have a plan.
What I'm trying to say is that they reached out to us saying that they were open to talking about it.
We're going to bring Pleasanton in if you guys are good with that.
Okay.
Get Pleasanton in there and let's talk about it.
That's fine.
Anything else for him?
Please apply for the fuel farm, get the fuel farm up and running, give people a reason to start coming in here.
Do we get is there a good email or phone number we can call to contact? 'Cause I know that it's been pretty difficult, I believe. Jessica, has it not?
Yes, but Ray has been very communicative since he took took his position. So, anytime I reach out to him, he's been very great.
The application link is online, so you can apply through that. But if you have any questions or need any,
Okay.
please don't hesitate.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Airport Board, thanks for coming in. Next on the agenda, we have the notification system training.
And just to be clear, commissioners, this is a policy discussion that you guys had asked for. It's not a training per se, like how to use it. It's more how you want to structure it moving forward. We have the TV remote.
You need that turned on? Got it.
Okay, so I guess to start with, I definitely want to make sure that it's clear that this notification system is not in our emergency notification system. That's what Randy manages with emergency management. So this is not for emergency notifications. We've taken great pains to make sure that we don't use the word emergency. Out on the public side, we do have an urgent county notification. I'll go through this list with you real briefly. So we've had some kickoff meetings and all the super admin training. Nick and myself went through that. There was several individuals, Sean and Jessica and Darren, Amanda, Christy Schmitz, were all involved in the first kickoff meeting where they discussed all this. And we, with that group, because that's who responded, started off with this list, and I know it's not the easiest. I don't know if I can make that bigger.
Do we have somebody from every organization as far as?
So I sent an email. I think you've seen that. And that's what I have. Who is here is who has responded.
Do we need to make sure we got somebody from every department?
We're talking about policy discussion on it. Can we just start going through the policy?
Okay.
Yes, no? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
So as far as the initial groups that were set up, you can see those up there. These are the public groups. There's county events, general notifications, meeting notifications, planning and zoning cup notifications, road conditions, construction information, and then urgent county notifications. We can add to this, we can remove from this at any time. However, we definitely want to get to a good base before we push this to the public, because if you start adding groups, especially adding groups later, they have to go and sign up. So everything in here is voluntary. For the public to receive a notification, they have to request it. It's very easy. It'll be on the website. There's QR codes that we can publish in the paper. However you want to handle that, to get the word out and allow people to sign up. They can even text in a word to a certain number, and that'll sign them up for certain kinds of notifications. But this is kind of the base of where we've started from.
Okay.
So I guess to start, how do you perceive, let's just go from the beginning. I'll try to kick it off a little bit. How do you perceive this process working? So if a department or, an elected wants to put out a notification, are they going to be able to do that with their own staff being trained to log in and do this? Or do you want other individuals to be responsible for that?
I think that we need to have somebody that is overseeing this process and making sure that our notifications are being checked as far as how we're sending them out and for what.
And would that person be an approver before it goes out, or are they checking it after the fact?
I think it would be before it goes out. That way we're not sending out.
One person putting the notification, that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm asking, is how do you want to structure that? Because that will slow things down a bit. If we're going to rely on an individual that's not within a department, if the sheriff's office or if the health department or if Road and Bridge says, hey, we need to put this notification out, and it has to go through multiple steps before it actually makes it out. And I agree with you on the QA side of it, but it is going to induce a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
What would it hurt if everybody did just put their own notification out? I mean, do you think that'd be overburdening the people that was listening to the notifications, or?
I think so. I think it might be a little bit illegal. I mean, depending on what we're putting out. I think that we have like one person, then everybody else is underneath it. Like department heads are like a competent person that just sends, say Chris is the guy, I don't know, but just send it back to Chris. Chris okays it or sends it to legal, make sure everything's good. I mean, is that what you're talking about?
A little bit, but at the same time, I guess I would say there's things that are obvious. Let's say it was a road closure, that the sheriff might have an accident that took place, and they say, we want to put out a notice. I believe this actually just happened on 1077. Something took place, road got closed, right? Something like that.
Do you guys already do that, Bobby? Was there a notification that you guys send out on road closure?
So, what would you see that process as being? Would the sheriff, the undersheriff, would Sean, Jessica, somebody, would they then make a request to the responsible party or parties? I would rather that not be myself, to be honest. I'm happy to facilitate the process, but I also don't want to be something that's slowing down notifications that are obviously important. But at the same time, again, these are not emergency notifications, so it may be a case that time is not the problem. If we don't, do you anticipate that notification should be made a minimum of 24 hours in advance? If so, that may be something to consider, as opposed to just an instantaneous thing. Again, I'm just throwing out here, I don't know what your guys' intent is.
I mean, I feel like with like the sheriff's department and the fire department, it could be a little different, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, how do you determine which is more important than others, other department heads? But if it's a road closure type thing, I mean, I think that's got to go out pretty quick, like.
But I mean, it's going to be based off of facts and things that way. So, I I mean, it should be easy for it to go out quick, like if someone that's in charge of it reads over it and puts it on the system. You know, I don't think it necessarily has to go through legal on stuff that way. Do you?
I'm not certain that each department would be in charge of their own, if, it's just a notification system.
Okay.
If they have something they want to put in the paper, how do you do that, David? Does it all go through you and each department, or do they do their own?
Most do their own.
Any of the department heads want to speak on it? What you guys' thoughts are?
So like a job notification or job?
We put a lot of that in for people just because we're working with them, but a lot of people put their own notices on various things and things.
Any input? Anybody?
I think when it comes from an elected or a department, whether it's an office or a department, I think we have different regulation rule there. It's your notification system, so, I mean, we're just here to see how you guys want to use, because you own the system, we don't.
Yeah, but we're all trying to work together and make the best of it. So that's where I'm at. I mean,
I understand that, but if you have, if you want, we put our notifications out a lot of times, like Sheriff Johnson stated on Facebook, and we get quite a few people who see those notifications. Not everybody does, it's just like putting something in the newspaper, not everybody's gonna see it. So we try to put it out just wherever we can, but, I mean, we want to use the system, we just don't know how it's gonna be operated. Because if we operated, it would probably be under an urgent notification request, where we have a roadway shut down, or we're asking for people to take an alternative route or something like that.
I will also tell you that each of these groups, whether we add subgroups or whatever, we can put an admin or a person as an admin over individual groups. So if you said you wanted the sheriff and public works to be able to send for the road conditions and construction information, we can do that, where that's the only one they could send from, or whatever choices you chose to do that with. Planning and zoning CUP notifications seems like a no-brainer. That would be the planning and zoning director. To me, meeting notifications, that maybe that's something, because meetings are typically not last minute. There's a little bit of time that you say, hey, meeting notifications, we're going to submit a support ticket to IT and have them put that out, because notifications can be scheduled. So if we know that a meeting is, commission meetings, we can schedule a notification to go out 24 hours in advance. We can set those up months in advance. They don't have to be somebody doing it right at that moment.
so when somebody signs up to get the notifications, can they pick and choose what they
They
want?
do.
Who
Yep.
they want it from?
And they can go adjust those at any time. They sure can.
I don't see myself why we wouldn't put it back to just each department myself and let them take care of, the sheriff's department. Why could you put like urgent or something, caution that the road is closed? I mean, could you put it to the title?
Oh, sure. And that's what it will come from. It'll, like where it says urgent county notification, you signed up for that. As a citizen, you would have signed up to receive those notifications, and it will say to some effect what group it was that it was sent to. It's not just a blank text message that's coming through there. And it'll go text, email, and there's an app too, should people decide to do that.
Okay.
And I have talked to some departments or even electeds, and they just, for their particular use, I'm going to give you an example, county attorney's office, they just don't have a lot of notifications to send out for the public like that, Their position was not that it wasn't useful. They thought it was, just in their environment, that's not something that they feel like they would be sending a lot out on. Certainly wouldn't be urgent. That's me talking, something of that nature. So I guess however you would like that structured, I'm happy to do that.
Start off with it going through each department.
I wouldn't mind, like I said, just letting each department take their do their own notification and we'll see where we go from there. I mean, it's,
Okay.
I just got a question on here from Janet. Can Chris send out a tax notice? I'm not sure.
We can send out a notification. I can't send out a notice that's specialized to like an individual, but we could certainly say, second quarter or however, I don't know what all that is. The second half taxes are due.
On this table?
Yeah, you could do that. We could put that to just a general notification group, probably. Would make sense. Or if there was a lot of need for that, we could put subgroups. You could have general notifications and have underneath of that tax notifications. We don't want to get real complex. It gets confusing to people. Which one am I signing up for?
We're trying to get information out.
Yeah. But we also don't want to flood them with stuff that they don't care about because they will go blind, notification blind, and just ignore them.
Right.
It's a possibility when you talk about scheduling things or emergencies, like under the road condition, road and bridge. I could imagine if we had a road closure for whatever reason, that being pressing. But when we complete the second half of an asphalt project, we schedule it. This is something we could send up, in advance, know when it's going to be scheduled, know when a large maintenance project. We wouldn't use it for every maintenance project, but when it's going to impede traffic or traffic safety, we can schedule those things. But when you talk about the park, we could send out a message during the summer season 3 times a week at the park about things going on there, activities, tournaments, large
but
events.
shouldn't we leave that to the manager of the park to decide what they want to send out there or not? I mean, or I guess you or.
Sure, we have to give them some direction as to, do we notify for every fishing tournament that's open to the public? Do we notify, I would imagine that when we have large events or we have an electrical outage in a group in one of the loops, that's going to impact a large weekend because we're going to have as many campsites available or something of that nature. We just need to give them some direction about how much information and how many notifications we would send out. Because I'd imagine the park would be, aside from our meetings and planning and zoning, one of those larger users.
Instead of saying we have like,
Progress. I mean, we're going to change things. We go probably to, it might be a month from now, we decide we want to do something different.
That's something that you work on by department. So like, bridge and burn things, and say somebody in town, they don't want that notification all the time. If you broke it down by departments, then they can say, planning and zoning, fire, sheriff, so they don't have to get all of them, but it's broken down by department, not necessarily by
The classification.
yeah, they can go in and sign up by department. So if you live in town, like I said, you're not gonna get burn bans or something like that. It would also be broken down by department. They can choose the department they want to hear.
Yes. We could add a group and put departments under that and break it down if that's what you would like to do. Absolutely.
So go off what Sean said, could you break out just specifically something for like a link?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just going off of what he said, I think what I would probably recommend is either as a subgroup of county events or have a whole new group, Linn County Park or park events. And then underneath of that, maybe have a couple of subs, which might be, the fishing tournament, that however you could word that, something simple.
You definitely want someone to sign up for county events and notifications, and then get, that's not like camper or park user, they burn out. And
Yeah.
do away with that because all they got was stuff that they didn't want.
Right.
So you're at the same time, we're to the department, that's what you're saying. I mean, it's-
Park, road bridge, like Chris said, you could subcategory it. If I get text notifications all the time and I don't pay my own bills, I've never managed those. So sending me that, that's not gonna mean anything to me. Each
individual person is going to want to know what they want to know, and they're not going to want any other extraneous information beating up their phone. Or so we don't want to run them off from a potentially good notification system just by giving them too much information.
And these can be done geographically as well. That whoever is going to send these messages, and there's a very nice video training that they supplied to us. Plus, they will do some in person if we need them to for some reason. But it's simple. So but the geo part, you can draw boxes around areas and say, I want to notify everybody within this area, right? The nice part of that, and I'm just throwing this out there, I haven't even discussed this with David, but, if it was, where do I vote? If there was a section on here for voting stuff, well, we could take, layers from mapping that Pam provides that are the voting districts and say, everybody in this district, send them a message that says your voting place is this location. Right. And we can personalize it like that. I mean, it's a big chunk, but at least it's not the entire county saying, hey, if you are in the Stanton district, this is where you go. Well, people honestly may not know what district they're in if they're new here. But by receiving a notification like that, I'm just using that as an example. We can break things down. Could be by commission district, could be by road district, any sort of map boundary we can apply. So if I'm to understand, if you want to do it by department, maybe let me reach out and communicate with them. Let's say I'll talk with, like we've done with the emails, but also get feedback from them. If I put in sheriff, do you want just like everything from sheriff, or would the sheriff's office like, hey, I think I want these couple of things underneath of that,
Okay.
and it might be, general notification. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Right.
kind of spitballing. Same thing with the park, same thing with public works. I can see something maybe there.
I think each department will have different ideas on what they want and how they want to categorize it, right? I mean, I don't have a problem with each department if they decide that they want to break it out into 4 categories and handle it themselves. As far as that, as long as we just get the notifications out, that's what I want to see.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
So the other component to this will be the polling. That's an option. I think maybe polling might be something that we want to focus in on. Again, that's not an urgent thing. We don't typically send out polls that I got to have back in 10 minutes, right? So that may be something you want to just leave with IT, that if you want to send out a poll, because it doesn't take a lot, but there's a couple of questions that have to be answered. And we certainly don't want to send something out and then turns out the way it comes back wasn't as helpful as maybe the department wanted.
Right. I'm okay with that. Keeping that running through IT.
So I will tell you that this system is technically live now. It is not published. So whenever you are ready for me to publish it and to start putting out information, we can do that. One other benefit that I didn't know from the get-go, but it will automatically publish to Facebook if we want it to. So whenever a notice goes out, it will put it on the county's Facebook page. But I caution a little bit of that. I think depending on how much usage it gets, again, it's, if you had 60 notices go out, that might be extreme. 20 notices go out in a week. That's going to be 20 posts on the county's Facebook page that, just stacking them up in there. And maybe that's good. I don't know. But I'm just letting you know that we need to decide do you want it to go automatically to the page or not?
Yeah, I don't, yeah, sure. I mean,
I don't care. What do you think?
if it gets overbearing, then we can stop it, right?
If we start getting people saying they don't want us information, but I don't know.
We're going to be able to track the number of users we have and things along
Oh,
those
yeah.
lines as well. So we'll be able to see if what we're sending out is annoying them.
Right, is actually making it to them.
So you'll be able to not only just tell us how many people are signed up for each particular one, you'll be able to see,
If it was delivered.
okay,
Yep.
if they opened it.
Mm-hmm. If it's an email, yes. If it's a text, yes, I believe. It'll tell you if they opened it, if they viewed it. And of course, on a poll, they would reply.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Do we have a thought on retention for the data that will be placed on there? Under Kansas 45403, it requires any public official to guarantee that there's a retention process of some sort, Chris, you know all about. Does this setting allow us to?
It does. It does. So at the way it's structured right now, when they go out, it's just kept forever. Yeah.
So how do we get the word out that we have it?
So they've provided us with some media resources, things we can put in the newspaper, things we can put on social media. There's QR codes. We can also set up a text. You text, I believe we set up a sample was KS Linn, and there's a number, and you text to that. That will sign you up. Now, that will only sign you up for one group. So what that means is if you text to KS Linn, I believe it's, well, I know it is because that's what that globe is on there. That's the default that it would sign you up for the urgent county notifications. But you can do it with like a QR code, scan it with your phone, go to the county's webpage, right on the homepage, click on it, go there. It'll ask you a couple quick questions. There is no, it's not going to ask you for anything private, and you're not required to put in certain things. For example, it'll ask you for your address, but what it also does, that's so you, when you do the geo, you draw a box, they know that you're registered within that box, and then it'll send you the message. But it generalizes that. So it's not, it's not even really saving that this is the person's exact location unless they so choose to do that. So I think it's going to be a question of we need to build out these additional groups that we're talking about for the departments, decide what they want to do there. We need to set up the departments that do that because honestly, like I say, it may not be all of them and we can add them as we go. But I think we take the ones for sure that showed up here, health, public works, I know planning and zoning, economic development, sheriff, set them up, put in their groups and give their people the quick admin training video and logins to the site and get that ball rolling, have them do a couple of tests internally. And then I say we go live and we push it out and we start getting notifications out to people.
Okay.
Mr. Have you given thought to employee group or notifications to county employees? Things that just affect them. And if so, if there was such a, would you mandate it going to all of the county devices? Because obviously you can't control people's personal phones, but you would want, I would think if you had a group, you would want at least the supervisors and other people to be responsible for that.
I haven't put any thought into it. It's all new to me too.
I never even thought about that, but that'd be a good way of notifying all your employees on a one-time deal instead of having to call or text. I mean, you can have group text. I don't know why you couldn't have that.
So it has that built in. That's the internal groups I'm showing there. We just created the two to start with. And I understand where Sean's question is because it's very valid. It seems to me that we would automatically put all county-owned devices in the notification group. The county owns them, right? As far as the employees, that we would need them to opt in. They could go on, we could give them a place to go in or tell like the clerk's office, HR folks, hey, I want to receive those. Those notifications would be something like, roads are bad, offices are closed until noon, maybe, as an example. It could be they're having their health fair for the employees when they come over. They send out those kind of notifications. So I think as you're building the policy, if we, put this into effect, it should say that all county-owned devices will receive the county's notifications.
I'm good with that myself.
Definitely. Okay. Anything else, guys?
Who will handle the court requests for the system? Should we receive requests for information and stuff?
I think it'll have to be IT. Yeah.
That what?
IT, for core requests if somebody was to ask.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm good.
Thank you, Chris.
So are you okay with, after we get the departments done, just me moving forward with publishing, or would you like me to come back?
I'm good with moving forward myself.
Okay, moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you all for coming in.
Is there going to be a written policy for each?
Will there be a written policy?
I thought that's what we were going to try to develop today.
I agree. I thought there would be. I just didn't know who will come up with that.
I mean, if each department is handling their own, will we not just try to create some general guidelines for everybody to use? Or
Is one person in each department going to be in charge of putting it on? I mean, that's?
For us, it's a 24/7 event, so I don't know who would be that responsible party at this juncture. We haven't really figured that out yet.
Can you guys go back and talk about it a little bit and see how you want to do it and come back to us next week?
I'm just concerned if we don't have a written policy and something goes out over the notification system, that would be improper. What is the liability to the county as to that notification? Could something have been said in there? Maybe, I don't know, let's just go out on a limb and say maybe it's just an off-color thing. Something got said. And I think we would have to have policy to direct all of our staff, be it department head, elected official, whoever. Because I know if we don't have a policy for things or protocols, you face the person who enters that data could have liability. If we have policy for it, the county or the office who entered the data has the liability. And I would be afraid that we could subject personnel who might be entering something to more liability than we really want to put on our staff. But the policy would be approved by commission, department heads, elected officials, any of those types of people. And I feel like if we don't have something in a written policy, we're just winging it. And I feel like that's an unfair thing to do to our staff members. And possibly it's something we write into the county handbook. How notifications go out. Who has responsibilities for what in this system? That way, everybody at the county level of employment has access to that handbook, and they can refer to it and say, "Oh, wait, I can't, or I can put this in here." And I don't know how deep you have to get into the weeds with it, but I just don't want to wing it.
Well, let's hold off on making it live. What do you guys? Let's
We'll
hold
talk to
off
our
until
legal
we
counsel.
Give us a couple weeks
Okay.
and then don't make it live.
Okay.
You guys can come up with a little bit of policy. I mean, if you want some feedback to us of how you guys want to think.
Ours would be a little different than the sheriff's, not being 24-hour operation. I could imagine there not being anything so urgent that I couldn't have Sheriff Department send those to Jessica and I and whoever's present here, approve it, send back an email, tell her to publish it. Todd, if he's going to have a big asphalt problem, I can imagine on our end that we would be able to dramatically, but
Most of it will be from the 8 to 5, except like the sheriff where you're 24/7. It's going to be.
yeah, let's got reason wanting me to put out information on the road and bridge side or something about a roadway. I don't imagine it being anything time sensitive.
I mean, if we have something like a manhunt or something like that, I don't want the citizens to get upset at 3 o'clock in the morning if their phones ding. They've chosen to have it ding to them, you know, but I would like to see it where it's opened up for that use. You know, if you have a manhunt, let's just say it's in the county park. And we want to notify all of the people who have signed up for those notifications in the county park. I don't want them coming back on the commission because we put something out. I think there ought to be some policy that assigns, this is who's putting it out, you know, and in our notifications, we identify ourselves. This notification came from Linn County Sheriff or Road and Bridge, whoever put the notification out. That way they're not calling me or you. You know, if it says it came from the sheriff, they're gonna call the sheriff and say, what's going on with this? Why did we receive this? That way they're not calling the commission going, what the world's going on? You may not have chosen to receive that notification, so you don't even know it exists. I think we ought to have policy about the agency or the department or the office, you know, hey, contact us at this number if you have information. It's not just a free for all. And, you know, somebody might have signed up for health department stuff and they'd be calling me and say, hey, we got 20 notifications because I didn't put that. You know, I would want them to be noticed, have a contact of some sort.
As well, something very simple, as we talk about non-time sensitive, you may want those Monday through Friday between the hours of 10 and 3, or you may want to curtail the days. Personally, I don't check my personal phone on the weekends as often as I do during the week. So you may want to make those non-sensitive, and it may keep people from opting out of this if they don't keep getting notifications. I'm not picking on the park, but the park being a 24/7 summer operation, if we don't tell them not to send them out while 120 people are sitting in church and their phones are ringing in their pocket, that's going to be a nuisance. So we need to set some very simple guidelines and understanding for the employees so they know what our expectations are.
Okay.
Let's just hold off then for a few weeks.
Yep. Could you guys try to work together to put that together for us? What you'd kind of like to see, how it could be managed from that standpoint, what we need in those policies to protect our employees?
Is there anything out there that's kind of the generic, if you will, that
Of a policy?
yeah, a policy maybe that other counties utilize?
It's possible. I can ask them. These guys are great, so they have all kinds of stuff. Let me follow up with them. They may have like an example that we could look at.
Would that be something that the clerks association might have a handbook or something?
I've never seen anything like this with clerks before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move forward with that and work with them and maybe come back in a couple weeks and we can revisit it and discuss going live then.
Good.
Is that all?
Yep.
For me?
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, one thing on the live stream at Lacey, how are we on that? What's it all set up to go?
It will be. So we have done a dry run and it worked very well. In fact, I think the Prairie View IT people were incredibly helpful. I very much appreciated their help and assistance with that. So they have facilitated the process to the point that it's going to be a good thing for us tonight. So,
Okay. Well, thanks.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I'm done.
Do we need to vote on Gary's resignation? We didn't do anything.
What do we need to do?
Huh?
I said, what do we need to do, David?
It's pretty common to vote to accept a resignation. However, even if you don't, if somebody resigns, I don't know what you do about that. But
Yeah, what's our next step? Beyond that.
Well, in fact, I just forwarded an email to all three of you a little bit ago. I let K-Camp know because of any ongoing litigation that might be out there, and they've already given me some possibles of where to find someone temporarily that could assist us, some different law firms that have done some of that, so.
So do we need to give you permission to go forward with this? I mean, we gotta find something pretty quick, like, right?
I don't know.
Then we need to make a motion to accept the resignation.
It's pretty common practice to do that. I don't know if it's necessary, but
I'll make a motion that we accept Gary's resignation as of today.
Okay. Is there a second?
I guess I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to accept Gary's resignation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Then there was one other thing that we was to talk about, was there would be no cup while the moratorium was on. I don't know, he was gonna write up a resolution, but we'll talk about that. So what do we need to do with that? We talked about it last week, and I mean, I don't know that we voted on it or anything, but is there anything?
you voted to do that, and I think the discussion at the time is we'd need to do a resolution because it was put on by resolution. I have not seen a resolution for that.
I didn't either.
Okay.
Is it, are we covered? Is it,
We still have our moratorium language out there.
but it wasn't that we couldn't accept the cup, and that's what, I mean, we talked about that, and that's what we was gonna do, or I thought. So I just wanna make sure that we're covered on.
I don't know.
We can call Gary. Sorry. I'm over today.
Yes, can we state it somehow that, I guess, in the meeting, that that's what we, if we agreed?
I would like to wait till we have legal counsel.
Okay, so here's what we had in last week's. There were two motions when we were talking about that. The first one was rejecting the proposal from Clearway and negotiate, which that's like what you're working on this afternoon. And then the second one was to amend the moratorium stating that we will not accept applications, or we will not take applications for CUP for a solar farm until we lift the moratorium or take action otherwise. And that passed.
That passed.
So it's there that that's what we're going to do. And I know the discussion at the time when something's done by resolution, then you should do a resolution to change that, amend it. I did not write that resolution, and I don't know that I would want to try to write this one because that's kind of out of my wheelhouse. That's a legal thing.
Okay. What else?
That's all I have.
So if we have to do anything legal, can Burton, I mean, being a,
If he's available, he could give you legal advice because he's the county attorney, or his assistant, I believe, could also. But it'd be a matter of getting something scheduled to get one of them over here, or asking them to come at a certain time if you'd like to talk to them in a meeting. I can't see them sitting through meetings all the time.
Right.
so do we need to designate, I mean, can we designate somebody, or what do we need to do? I mean,
I don't have any answers for you. I don't know.
All right, so the other thing we have on the agenda is Clearway at 2. Do we want to recess until then and then reopen as a workshop?
So here's a motion I had prepared, if this is what you're wanting to do. Move to adjourn until 9 a.m. Monday, March 11th, and to hold a workshop with representatives of Clearway Energy at 2 p.m. today. No action will be taken at the workshop.
Okay, And then all we gotta do is turn back on. the
We could still have that on.
Okay.
In fact, I asked Darren earlier if he would shut that down when it's
Okay.
done.
Yeah, as long as we got it taped and then we'll just have the workshop.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
Danny,
I'm good with it.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting and then reconvene with Clearway at 2 o'clock in a workshop format where no action will be taken. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.
I don't really see a point in broadcasting for the next 40 minutes until that starts. I can set this back to where it's on like the executive session.
Do you want to show me?
If you'd like to take a look, it's just click of a. So right now we are on open meeting. I can post because I think that's going to. Right.
Unless they need to use it, right? I don't know. That was why I didn't shut it off.
I never even noticed it was on.
Chris had his stuff up
I
there.
knew he had his up there, but I didn't know we'd left it on, so. no.
We did. Are you guys gonna be using the screen?
What do you have? Send it to me. Is that the house bill that was sent for us?
Okay. Danny, you ready? Josh?
All right.
Can you access it, or
Let me try. Yeah.
you need to send it to me so I can throw it up there?
I don't have a presentation.
Okay.
So, thanks.
I can access it if we need to.
Yeah, let me know and I can try to plug that in. But, appreciate the opportunity for you guys to carve out some time to really, I think we wanted to focus on the pilot agreement. And I'd sent a version of that to you guys all on Friday as far as the agreement itself, which, is based off of the form that has been, similar to what's has been used in other counties. And, there's, been some questions about, okay, well, how was this, whatever the pilot is in terms of stuff, how does that get captured? How does that get agreed on between, the developer of the project and the county? And that's that agreement. So, what I did with that is, and Barry and I work on this together as far as, trying to lay out some ideas of contributions, a payment schedule to be very explicit in there. I even had an idea about, disbursement. That could be captured in the agreement. That would be, totally up to the county. But this is like where this language could go if you guys wanted to do it that way. And then, additional language as far as, who, can execute it, what happens if there's a default, things like that. So, obviously there'll be some additional review and negotiation on the points of the agreement itself. But I did want to send that over because that's the ultimate vehicle of a pilot is the contribution agreement. And, in general, we've sort of covered this, at previous meetings, but, per existing, Kansas law, renewable energy projects are exempt from property taxes for the first 10 years. And
But, obviously that's, a window that we think there's an opportunity to represent ourselves as new businesses, good neighbors, and, want to, execute this contribution between the county and the project, to make up for that, period of no tax. So, yeah, I'll stop there and see, if you have any questions on the agreement.
What mill levy are you using when you're projecting our taxes in year 11?
I can pull it up. I think it was 14. Let me look. No, not that. . 10.23% levy rate. So,
And why wouldn't that be at our normal county rate?
this was the number that was pulled on the levy rate for one of the parcels within our project based on 2020. So that was just the assumption that went into our model. If there's a different number, or, so we obviously, when we're solving for economics of a project, we do our best to get as, close as we can with assumptions.
Right.
As far as operating costs of our, paying our personnel, paying taxes, just everything that goes with day-to-day of a project, including this. But is that going to be 100% accurate? No. Do I know what the levy rate's going to be in 10 years? No. Sometimes we'll get more aggressive with our assumptions, sometimes we won't. So when we've projected property taxes before, those are just our projections. And obviously,
So
there's different numbers that you guys wanted to use to project that, or, try to drill down on that. That would help us as well. Oh, we think actually levy rate's probably going to be closer to this. Depreciation, we're assuming it goes down to 20%. Maybe
correct.
that's different.
And what's your initial start out before it's depreciated down?
The number that I
So
have
it
in
was
this
the
table.
381, but is there going to be other things that come off of that?
I think so. Yes. Because the number, let's see, what is that coming from? Yeah, the number that this is running off. Yeah, it would be, so the 381 is the cost of the project, including modules, construction, BOP, civil work, etc.
Right.
But property tax would be based on the equipment,
Correct.
right, as real property. And that number, of which led to our calculations, is about 154.8 million.
Okay.
But again, that is not a fixed number. Module costs could change, equipment costs could change, the size of the project could change. So if you're to say, a year from now or something, starting construction, will it be 154.8? I no, but in that ballpark.
And that's before depreciation.
Correct.
Okay.
And how big a project is that? You're figuring this figure at how big a project?
So that is 323. I've been doing some math and I think that just for ease of discussion, assuming a 300 megawatt project would just make numbers rounder. So for other calculations or whatever, I would use the number 300 megawatts. I think it's just gonna be simpler. But this number came from.
Like, say you guys have the project there and then you gotta have to get to the transmission lines and the people that's between you and the transmission lines do not want to participate. What do you do?
Look for other routes.
That's, if you can't get there, what happens?
I mean, well, we don't have as a private developer, we don't have rights for eminent domain. And so, it's important for us to get our, site control to whatever POI were intended pretty early on.
So you don't have any rights to eminent domain?
No. We're not a utility. And then on the, pilot itself, I wanted to clarify, I did watch your last meeting. The numbers that we had put together were, really just provide an example of how those numbers would come together. And when we were walking through our presentation, that wasn't necessarily like, hey, here's a pilot offer. It was, well, we're going to use a number so that we can actually calculate what that would look like. In the agreement draft that I had sent in, what we also, laid out in that presentation was, was first sort of application slash sort of a building permit fee. I'm not exactly sure, if building permit would apply in conjunction with the cup, but there's that vehicle that we discussed, and then of course a per megawatt annual payment, based on the size of the project, that would be the pilot number. And there's a couple different ways that could be structured, and sounds like you guys didn't like the 1,300 with the 2% escalator. Happy to talk about other ways to structure that. Keeping in mind that, we, do have limits up economically. The pilot payment is, of course, predicated on the construction of a project, which is predicated on us being able to secure offtake, finance and build the project. So, I can't.
What kind of profit margins do you guys have to build a project?
It is, it changes per project, and it really comes from folks above my head. If they think that, we go out for a proposal, and if we negotiate with whoever entity we're working with and they're like, you're too high, well, can we come down? Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. And our folks who are, seeking the, rate of return for our projects are willing to go lower than our underwriting rules. Really not our call, but ultimately we want to be as competitive as we can with any off-taker. And that flows into, obviously, taxes after 10 years, pilot during that time. But, I can't promise a huge pilot payment because, if we need to pay that and can't secure offtake for a project, nothing gets built. So we need to find that balance.
Can a pilot ever be negotiated longer than 10 years?
I think that's an idea.
Profit sharing after 10 years?
Profit sharing.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know.
I think that it would be a challenge for a project to pay property taxes and additional funds on that, at least the same rate. But to look at, I don't know, a pilot that continued, it wouldn't be a pilot anymore, I guess. It would be a different mechanism because it'd be payment and taxes.
So you talk about educational partnerships, community benefit funds, volunteer work, intern programs, and direct donations too in your PowerPoint. So where do those fall in? Is that the lifespan of the project or what?
Yeah, so that would be something that Clearway, we like to do at our existing projects, right? So, but can I quantify those and say, oh, instead of doing all those things, we're going to pay the county some amount of money? No. And then it, depends on, our operational budgets for those things. Because there's development, which is, permitting, our environmental studies, our siting, our engineering, and there's construction. And then there's operations and maintenance. And those all have separate budgets that come from different buckets. And, we had to do, a lot of, maintenance in a particular year, and maybe that budget's smaller, but things are going really well.
But your cost of the project's smaller too, because you're not traveling 40 miles to get your electricity over to the power plant. You're literally in the back door.
Yeah, shorter T line is helpful for economics. Yep. Yep.
And then we determined the other day, we talked about this, I think it was the 800,000 for the taxes. We talked about it last week, I believe. Went with 800,000. Is that just our portion? Is it our portion, or is it the total taxes on your, once you start paying taxes, what you guys had to?
That is our estimation for property tax.
That's the total.
That's a total, so that.
Based off of those numbers that he just gave us.
So we had to we would have to split that with the school and everything else, so back.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is sort of, I think, the existing structure in the county, right, for property taxes. Yeah.
We talked about it being just the county portion, is what somebody's thought. That's what my question is. And how many acres will this be if you use the 300 megawatts? How many acres are you using?
In the permitted area or the footprint?
Be the footprint, I guess.
Okay.
It's.
I think, it's just the number that we've been using in our examples, about 1,300.
1,300.
Yeah.
So we talk about 300 megawatts. That's what you guys plan to sell to Evergy or whoever?
I think the project could range from 300 to 350.
So are we basing our contract on what you guys sell or what's in the contract?
It'll be based on what's installed in the county.
It's what?
What's installed in the county.
That's what you'd pay on what was installed per day, or per however you pay it. It'd be off of what installed.
Right, installed equipment. Yep. So, for example, I would probably submit a conditional use permit for, some number that would be bigger than 300, because, as we continue to refine our design, I want to be able to have flexibility, again, within our permitted area to, build to meet whatever, off-taker or project size comes about. But ultimately, when we would start, obviously tell you guys and provide, proof of the nameplate capacity of the project that went in, which would be what the pilot payments and ultimately, when we report for taxing. But for discussion purposes, I feel like 300 megawatts is a round number. It's going to be something close to that. could be higher. But the payments and taxes are all going to be based on the size of the project. So a larger project would pay more, smaller project would pay less.
Regardless of what you guys sell out. Like, so say you only sold 200 megawatts.
Yeah, that we probably only built 200 megawatts. Like, the stage gate for starting construction is to sign that offtake contract, if it's a, PPA or whatever.
Negotiate on a per megawatt basis.
Right. But it's not really, you're not gonna be able to get financing. You're not gonna have, you're not gonna have a good sense of executing BOP contracts or procurement contracts for modules and stuff unless you know you're gonna build a project. And the only way that we would know we're gonna build a project is one, if we had a permit, but also offtake secured. So those milestones go hand in hand. So we wouldn't like get a permit and build the project, then try and sell the electricity from it. We want to sell it up front, understand what our terms are, right? Understand all the inputs, right, that would come from this discussion, from, final zoning and permitting and all that. To be able
You kind of understand then where we're standing with the pilot, because we don't know what the pilot's going to be. I mean, how do we determine what the pilot's going to be until you're here?
Right. You can't, right? But we can set guidelines in place that would say the bigger the project, the more it's going to pay, right? Based on a per megawatt amount.
So there's really no negotiations with us on the pilot, because you determine that off the size of your.
The total amount of the pilot, yes. The per megawatt amount is what we're looking to settle on. And, I can't, particularly with regulations being in flux, promise anything, right? Because, I'd love to do 300 megawatts, but if things get restricted and all I can do is 2 or nothing, then trying to set a fixed amount of pilot is not effective, right?
Because you guys can't lose at all, right?
I mean, not, it's not like, hey, we install one panel and you have to pay, $500,000 of a pilot payment, right? Doesn't work. But,
can you answer me this? What average price of a megawatt, of 1 megawatt, what does it sell for? Can you give me a range number? I know you're not gonna give me the number. Can you give me a range? Because I Googled it and I'll tell you what it says, but this is the question that I've been asking the whole time. Because you guys want to give us 1,300, right, per megawatt?
That was just the number I started with.
Right. Well, just when you Google it, what the cost of a megawatt is. It says a value of 1 megawatt of electricity can range from $35,000 to $133,000 per year, which is an average around $75,000 per year. Is that right?
I mean, without going into where that's coming from, I guess, what are you reading?
Just something that's finally gave me an answer. I mean, I don't know
You're saying
where,
the cost of generating a megawatt is $7,500?
No, it's saying that's what it sells for.
$7,500 a megawatt. I don't have that math broken down, but Barry's here.
Ironically, not the math guy. The way you think of a megawatt is you have to divide it into a megawatt hour. So we don't measure power as megawatts, we measure it as megawatt hours. Megawatt is just the size of it's just a measure of the size of the total output that could come out of a place out of an electric generator for at max capacity. But you have to run it over time. So it's measured in megawatt hours. So if you take 75,000 and you divide it by 8,760 hours, which is the total number of hours in a year, you've got 8, right? So that'd be $8. So if you were running a nuclear plant, you had 1 megawatt.
You're going way over my head. I must. For this $1,300, how much are you making off of it? I mean, I'm just asking direct things. I didn't want to do that.
I think what I'm understanding you by saying is, you know, the sun's not gonna shine 365 days
Correct.
a year, so.
That's
So the nuclear plant runs $365
Yeah,
or
it
three hundred
runs
and sixty-five
87.60.
days a year.
That's correct.
Yours will not, so you're gonna base it off of, it could be more, it'll be more expensive per hour because you don't have reliable energy for 365 days out of the year.
It's more production based, and I think it's a good question. So we talk about a capacity factor for any renewable project or any generation project has a capacity factor, right? You know, coal is going to run at 95, right? They're going to be always sort of at capacity but they're still going to have times they need to shut it down or do maintenance, et cetera. And due to the nature of obviously when the sun goes down, you're not producing, taking into account local weather patterns, as much data we can. Solar's usually in the 20s, so 20 to 25%, depending on where you are. I mean, you get into the southeast part of the country, you can have higher capacity factor. But whatever this, we'll say it's 23% times a 300 megawatt project multiplied by the number of hours in a year gives you an annual production. And that is really what drives economics of a project is production over a year times a power price, and that's your revenue. And then what we do is we solve for all of our economics in the project, and then we solve for X, which is the PPA price, and then we shop that to see if we can find someone to agree to that price that makes the project economic.
Do you guys have a formula of what you think how many hours of sunshine you have in this area?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How many hours is that 87?
It would be 23% of that. So
20% is what you're saying is what you think you'll have in a year's time of the 87. So
yeah, 2,000 hours
2,000.
at peak capacity, which is, again, it can get a little confusing because, sun first comes up, the project's going to start producing, but it won't be producing its full 300 megawatts because the sun will be shining on a portion of the project, right? And as it goes and you get to noon, that's typically when you get your max output because it's hitting all the modules at once and you're producing your 300 megawatt hours, right, over time, right? It's not as instantaneous. And then as the sun starts going down, modules on the far side of the project may not be getting as much sun as the ones on the front. So it's not straight,
Now, where you guys have batteries here?
no batteries.
No batteries, no.
And those are certainly paired with solar projects in some places, but just haven't seen the interest in the SPP market for batteries as much. So not there. And, ultimately on the pilot, I want to be able to, get numbers you guys are comfortable with, but obviously it's going to be predicated on the size of the project. So a larger project would pay more. And, we've seen some numbers from other counties, and ultimately it's, something that we want to voluntarily, bridge that gap with the county, right? Taxes aren't required for those 10 years. And so we'd like to make a payment that goes direct to the county. It's not property tax. That can be, like I sort of sketched into the agreement, dictated as to where that would be spent. My first idea was into each district and then even a fourth bucket for like a community fund. You could get more specific than that. But I think that one of the, neat things about the pilot is, you alluded to earlier, the property taxes sort of have a formula to it, right? So much goes to the county, so much goes to the state. And the pilot, I think, can be driven by you all, right? Like earmark things. Or, it could obviously just go straight to your general fund. But, that's a sort of unique opportunity I think this presents as well. So if you saw that section in that draft agreement, but that was,
How fast does the 20% depreciation go away for you guys on once, I mean, in year 11, it's 20%. Where does that go away at?
So that's the salvage value, correct?
That is salvage value, or does it go any more, drop?
Does it decline beyond 20%?
I think
Because
from,
it hits the 20% at year 7, correct?
let's see, I think it bottoms out at that. That's for, yeah, so a floor of 20%.
That's
But floor, yeah, that's what we're modeling. Could it end up being higher? Possibly. You know, Kansas Department of Revenue may come out with different guidance. Could it, end up depreciating more? But even if that's the floor that is used for tax calculation, then yes, there'd be additional depreciation, in general. But I don't think depreciation is the same thing as salvage value. Those are two different things. I mean, salvage value would really be determined on, what the secondary market is for modules. What is the market for steel? And
Now, who will track updating equipment and everything else in the tax value? Because if you update something in year 20, you have to start depreciating your updates.
yeah, I know it was a question you read before, and what I've been thinking about that a little bit, and what I think that makes the most amount of sense is just providing annual updates to the county as far as equipment replacement. I mean, heck, we could easily have one of our reps come in, every month.
Is that a
You guys are-
requirement? Where's that play into that? I mean, what?
That would be us working. That would be us working together in good faith, right? Like, hey, we'd like someone from the Swan Solar Project to pop in here once a month and give an update on the project. Like, that's totally reasonable, because we will have site manager, office staff, and this week, this month, this is what we're working on. We have an outage coming up, which really wouldn't matter to the county, but provide that sort of information, as if it was, I'm not really sure what sort of other business in the county, what frequency they come in, to provide updates, but a cadence like that, seems like no problem. I mean, but if you wanted to say it's part of the pilot agreement, the representative from the project would, 10 meetings once a month or once every month or something like that.
I think if I'm wrong, but don't on the utilities, don't the state actually appraises all the utilities for,
Yes, but this isn't going to be appraised as a utility.
I know, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're appraising it, and so there's no oversight here really to what we're doing if it isn't between
It's
us.
our appraiser's office is the
Right.
oversight.
Real property tax. Yeah.
It's our appraiser's office that is the
So
oversight.
it's gonna take us more time if we go out, I mean, and to appraise, to determine what is happening there and what has been replaced and upgraded.
Yeah, which is not, I mean, if there was a repower of the project, that'd be one thing. I think, replacing a module, like as a, zero is a rounding error, 0.0001 of the total size of the project, right? So I don't know if you've had a chance to, we, again, we started with the $1,300 a megawatt, with an escalator. I don't know if you guys have had any more, thoughts on, the range of existing pilots that that we provided, what a, target would be for that over, I feel like it's helpful to look at the 10-year total for those numbers. But again, whatever per megawatt amount, use the math on 300 megawatts, but would be dependent on, the size of the project, what can be permitted, built. Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, I got a lot of them. I just haven't caught up yet. I'm still trying to figure out what it is per megawatt.
I don't think there is a magic number, Danny. I mean, there's,
I just don't know where 1,300 came from. I mean, that's where I'm at. I don't,
yeah, I picked 1,300 arbitrarily in between 1,200 with a 2% and,
Okay, so what if I was saying I think we need 12,000?
oh, that would be
All right, now, I
a
mean,
huge number.
but how come?
Well, first off, like,
Just simple answer though. Like, just tell me. Like,
too much money,
okay.
right? So, like, okay, I mean, so if we're saying $12,000,
1,600.
that'd be 120. Yeah, so you'd be going from, we're modeling pilot payments and have some room in there. But if you're going to $12,000 a megawatt, then you're $3.6 million a year. There's just no way we can be competitive with that. But your number was 1,600? With an escalator too?
Yeah.
That would start at assuming 300 megawatts, that would start at 480. And the 10-year total would end up around 5.2. Is that what you ballparked?
Mm-hmm.
Could we do it? Can we do it flat? 1,600, no escalator?
Can we do 5,000?
Nope. So 1,600 flat, again, it's 480. You get to 4.8 over 10 years. On 300 megawatts. If it's 350, we're at 5.6 million total.
So you have a number that you're set on then right there. I mean, you know what your 10-year figure is.
I mean, that's just doing the math. Yeah, I've got a spreadsheet.
I'd still like to know what 1 megawatt of electricity costs on the open market.
I don't want to look at cost in the market.
Or 1 megawatt hour, whatever, however you guys do it.
So I think what we try and stay in the range of is somewhere between $30 and $40 a megawatt hour.
And you're wanting to give us what per megawatt hour? What's it equal out to? So, yeah, I mean, that's what I said. So I found it says $32.78 is what it was on the open market today, right? Does that sound right?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Okay. And you guys are wanting to give us what for it?
$1,600 a megawatt.
Okay, but what does that equal for the megawatt hour? So you guys, $2?
Let's see. Hour. Change this. Say, what do you say? You said 32?
Yeah.
2. Okay. It's not going to be a round number. All right, I think using our capacity factor, assuming a $30, which is $32, then the pilot ends up being about 2%. If we're assuming 300 megawatts, it's $1,600 flat. So it's more than a point.
What do you mean? What'd you say? It's more than what?
So like a percentage point, like 2 percentage points would be going to pilot payment, assuming.
No, I'm just wondering what you guys are making. So it costs $32 on the open market, right?
Well, we're not making anything if we can't secure PPA, right? If I'm like, hey, I'm going to go to you and say that.
I'm just trying to secure what we would make off of it. So we'd make like 7 cents probably. It's 2%, around, what is that? Jim, you're the math whiz.
What's that?
2% of 32 is, and not even, what is that, 7 cents?
32 times 0.02. That's 64 cents if I was looking at it right.
It's 64 cents?
Yeah.
Maybe I think it's 70 cents. So
If I did that right, didn't I? 32 times 0.02.
is that right?
That's ballparking. Sure. 70 cents a megawatt hour would be.
So so with the 32.78, you guys are going to be making $32 and we're making 78 cents. Or not even that, 72, whatever you said, 64. So that's the number I've been looking for, I guess. We're making not even half a dollar and you're making $32.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're just looking at the SPP price curve. But I think, Danny, to answer your question, if
So if we give you one megawatt hour of electricity, you're going to make $32. We'll make 64 cents.
I'm
talking in lame terms because I can't get no straight answer.
Yeah. If the say the PPA, say we sold into the spot market, right? Which is what you're looking at, I think, with that $32.
I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm just Googling all these.
Yeah,
stuff.
we're in the
I can't get an answer.
ballpark. Sure, that the percentage that in year one would be paid via a pilot would be that number, which would be different when the project is taxed. All right, and obviously, our investment would be why we're getting the lion's share of that, right? Because we have the operational costs, we have the equipment costs, et cetera. So, I mean, I would think that would be pretty standard for, any business that's paying taxes, that's not going to be the highest percentage of their revenue stream. Did you want to add anything about spot pricing?
Yeah. Let me show you guys. I don't know if this is helpful. I would pay. Stick up there, or I can do. Can you cast up there?
Mhm.
Can you try to go? I'm trying to go to pricing on to price. Price map. SPP.org.
Yeah, I would say the connection's private. So like a mobile. One,
Try the, yeah, that's the one.
this one, or the mobile.
Yeah. I always find it easier. And it's nice, these maps actually put price overlay on them. So let's see.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so, so on this, so Dan, here, Jason, can you click the one that's right next to it, says data head there? Right, so here's the physical layout, right? Or STP, which is the Regional Transmission Organization for all these things. So we're here, that dot is our, okay. The colors are over here coded to the price per megawatt hour that you would be paid if you bid ahead the day ahead market. Okay. So if you were to run a power plant and you didn't have long-term contract, you would be stuck basically saying, well, at 3 o'clock every afternoon, you either have to commit your unit to the market, your power plant to the market, and you will get paid whatever that price is. And you can see there are different differences in Oklahoma. Yesterday at 3 in the afternoon, you get paid whatever this is, 34 to 38 bucks, whatever that is. Whereas if you're over in one of these purple areas, you're not getting paid much. Okay, I can't see whatever, but below $16 is the purple down here. Right? So that's how they set up the grid on literally a day. This happens every single day of the year. Right? So if you go then to the real time, and this is interesting just for your understanding of how the grid goes. Sun is up, it happens to be a pretty windy day and it's not terribly hot, but the prices are a little bit hotter. You can see the prices are climbing over here on this scale. So in real time, if you are right here, you run a power plant, these prices being this high, they want that power plant, if there's a power plant anywhere right in that area between Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri border, they want that to turn on. But remarkably, there's a power plant clearly operating right here that's driving prices down. There's a lot of power there, and there's not a lot of power there. Does that make sense? Like,
Now, this, the area that's in there, that's the only thing that's hooked to this grid, we're only.
Yeah, we're right here. So,
Okay.
so this power plant and the coal plant that exists today are right here. So right now, prices are very stable all along the Kansas, Missouri border, all the way up to Kansas City. And right now, in real time, that looks to me to be somewhere in here, 38 to 42, 42 to 46 bucks a megawatt. So if you had held back and said, I'm not going to turn on my power plant until prices hit 38, well, right about now, you turn on your power plant and you start getting paid 38, but you probably got about 3 or 4 more hours of that before demand starts to go down, the sun goes down, and so.
Yeah, but that's a business decision you guys got to make.
That's right.
You guys are making $32. I'm making 78 cents. That is not.
No, so the reason that we're trying to, the reason I've asked to maybe put that up on the screen is it helps conceptualize what we're confronted with in the market on a day-to-day basis, which is why it's very, very hard if you're trying to go borrow hundreds of millions of dollars to build a new renewable project to play that market, because your day-ahead price, real-time price has such significant variance, which is why Josh was explaining, when we go to try to bid our project, whether it's 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, 300 megawatts, we're going to bid the lowest price that works for us to be able to get it built. And then we look at that, because that market that I just showed you there helps define the price for the next day. And then we have price strips that go out a week, they go out a month, they go out a year, they go out 5-year price strips, and then we have models that indicate what we think prices will be over a 10 or 20-year period. It's very, very hard to do that prediction. So we'll take a price.
And that's your guys' business. I mean, I'm just saying, I just wanted to know what it was per megawatt hour. And you guys are making $32.10 and we're making 64.
That you guys are trying, you say you gotta go out and make sure you can sell it. If it's sold on a day-to-day basis, why do you?
No, what I'm saying is that, what I just showed
I know,
you is
I
what we
understand.
can't do. We therefore, because that is too risky.
Here's
Because
the
the banks
taxes that they would pay
because it is
based off the numbers that they gave us.
price is $16 at one point, then it's $42, and then it's 12, and then it's 50, and then it's
But what I'm
5.
saying is you guys say you go out and then you sell yours before you actually build your project.
Yeah, it's akin to the pipelines, right? So you don't go build a pipeline without knowing that you're going to have an off-taker and somebody putting gas into that pipeline. It's exactly the same paradigm. You need to have some stability. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's never perfect, but we have to have some sense.
But you got to guarantee that you're gonna get that much per
Yeah.
megawatt.
That's correct, per megawatt hour.
We have to have some landing zone. We have to have some sense of that.
So you won't take less than your 12 or whatever you sell it at. That's where your bottom is, but you could go higher with the market doing what it does.
No, because
But you guys kept your costs down by being so close to the power plant, right?
I mean, that's a small cost. It is cheaper than being 20 miles away. Yeah, that is cheaper. But what Josh is saying is, it's for us, when we think about coming in and negotiating this contribution agreement, we're enthusiastic to do so, landing at the right spot. I appreciate you keep saying, well, what if you went to a higher number? There is a point where we know, you said, well, how'd you get to the 1,300? Well, there's a contract that's been signed in the state at 1,250, and there's a contract that's been signed in the state at 1,500. And so Josh found a number that is between those two that works for our economics for this project as we understand them today. That was our best effort. And so as Jason bumped it up to 1,600, and Josh is running the numbers for you here, that's the process that we would go through for literally any number you throw out.
Yeah.
That's that. So I hope that's helpful to understand. We're not trying to evade your question. It's just an extremely complicated question to have an accurate answer to. And you're basing those numbers off of the taxes that we would normally have been paid, right, or not?
for the first 10 years? No.
But I mean, right, but I mean,
Go ahead.
what I'm saying is that, you know, you're starting based off of year 11. Or
Right.
something that way, and then saying, okay, correct.
But we basically have no leverage over.
I didn't call you. I didn't call anybody and beg them to come here and make my life hell with solar. So I don't know. I'm just,
So the pilot is,
Jason, I'm not trying to be rude, but you're going to benefit like none other up there again in your district. And I get what, Rick says,
So do you want to?
have I been very, very much in the whole process of this solar? Have I?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to benefit nothing in my district because it's in your district only. So what you want,
Okay, so on that discussion, right now, 64% of every dollar spent by the county is paid for by my district. So
I'm a Linn County Commissioner. I'm not a District 2 Commissioner, okay?
okay,
I'm a
but
Linn
I'm
County
saying
Commissioner.
the entire county, 64% of our revenue comes from District 1.
Must be nice. Imagine if they didn't close down where you guys would be coming down here to my district.
I'm trying to argue with you, Danny. I'm trying to.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Does that?
It's fine.
So take the county out of it, and this was your land, and they're negotiating straight with you. Would you be okay with somebody else making $32 off of you and you making 64 cents? Truthfully, straight up, would you?
It's not how.
No,
things
I'm
are
just asking.
based.
Okay, I'm asking you though.
That's not how things are based.
That-
Okay.
I see they're making $32.10.
And what are we investing?
I've been invested in a lot of friendships, a lot of the county, the wildlife, everything.
Okay.
The future of Linn County. If I make the wrong decision, I have to move away probably because I'm tired. I don't want to get shit. My kids don't want to get shit. Do you not think of that stuff? No, because you got an amazing school up there that you get to deal with. You know, what I mean, you might be able to take the ass chewing, but I'm tired of it.
I mean, if there's a split post taxes, then the pilot, you guys could look at allocating that to balance it, right? I had it split. This is an idea of District 1, 2, and 3. Right, but that's a way you could say for the first 10 years that goes to a different district.
They fly in every week to get this deal going. There's obviously a lot of money in it. We're gonna make $400,000 a year. That's okay?
I haven't decided yet, Danny.
Well, that's all I'm doing is trying to decide.
Well, Danny, what, I guess, is it typical for businesses in the county to like?
I don't know what's typical.
I mean, because
You can see we do things different, I guess.
I mean,
We don't plan. We have an airport that we didn't plan on either, and look at it now.
well,
It's planning.
Yeah, and it's
I don't want to be a stepping stone for anybody else in the state of Kansas with this project you guys got going on.
it's not.
This is all new territory here, right?
Yeah.
So we can be the laughing stock of the United States. Well, look what Kansas, look what we got. Ohio gets $8,000 or a megawatt on an article that I read. Is that correct? And the Senate put that in place?
I don't know. Do you know anything about
I do.
Ohio?
You know, while we're sitting here, but Ohio also had, I mean, respectfully, I would not say Ohio. They had their speakers in jail for getting in bed.
Well, I don't want to be dead for making the wrong decision here.
So I think that there's
I like Linn County. I want to live here.
a couple different ways to cut this, right? So in general, a project represents an increase to county taxes. There is law that is looking to incentivize, right? Because the advantage to the project is that for that first 10 years, you're paying less property tax. And so, and technically it could be zero, right? But that doesn't seem very fair to your point. And so we want to volunteer to say we're going to go out of our way to make sure that there is some money that is paid. Can I make it $1 million a year and have any chance of the project being actually built? No, right? So I understand what you're saying, but it's not like the county has regulations in place as far as you know, and revising them as far as to, you know, control development and have input during a project process, you know, check-ins, post-construction, et cetera, right? There's a lot of rules that are around this, all right? And what we want to do is, you know, be good neighbors, have a payment that benefits the county more, you know, than just the property taxes.
But if I don't,
But it's not like, but we are the ones who are going to be spending that money, getting the financing, buying the equipment. And so saying that, well, the county, like if you want to help fund our project or finance it, then maybe that changes the math. But like you're saying on top of,
I don't know. I mean, it could maybe potentially shut the power plant down, right?
no.
I don't. I mean, if you can do something cheaper, then why would you have the more expensive one there?
If you could do something cheaper, you mean as far as
Make
coal
electricity?
to solar? Because demand is going up. Demand is going up for electricity. That's why independent power producers, you know, like Clearway are in business, because there's more demand from utilities because of load growth, right? More electric cars, more electric infrastructure. And so they're looking at their forward plans, and eventually, like, you know, coal, a lot of plants in different parts of the country have started to scale back or close because of operational costs, because of environmental restrictions. And, you know, what Evergy does with that plant eventually, I don't know. There's one plant they've been trying to close that keeps getting pushed out. I don't know what's going to happen with that. But regardless, demand is increasing.
But bringing in another company to generate the same thing and cheaper, I mean, it's always going to be a possibility to shut it down, right? Faster way to shut it down?
It's a way to shut it down.
Because right now it's going to be shut down, right? Is what everybody says, right? But there's nothing on paper, correct?
I don't know what, I mean, Evergy is going to be, best information I have is what you guys would have as far as their integrated resource plan. But they're going to want to operate that as long as it's economical.
Richard's got something he's wanting to say.
Can I come to the podium?
You can come, as far as I'm concerned, you ask the chairman, but I don't.
Come on, Rich.
It seems to me we're using the wrong metric. You've got 10 years of tax abatement, and I've been told that it's not a negotiation. It's here's what we can offer and here's what we accept. So it's not a negotiation. But I think you ought to figure out what kind of property tax money you would generate for 10 years. And that's your basis for deciding what the rate will be. Now, the advantage is for you, for this side, for the county side, you can spend that money wherever you want to. You're not locked into the formula for everything else.
Can you give us a figure off of what your cost is to where what your taxes would be for the first 10 years, starting out with 100%, going down to 20, and you'll have to spread that over 10 years instead of 7. I understand that's where it actually depreciate the 20% to 7, right?
So I guess you're saying.
That's what you're saying, right, Rich?
Yeah, I'm saying it should be based off property tax, not megawatts.
Right.
Because that's a language you guys understand. And and you should know what would be a good deal and what wouldn't be. When you're talking about megawatts, you're in there.
Jim, up on the screen is years 11 through 35. What it would look like, Clearways project, based off our tax levies, their numbers that they gave us today, the 154.8 million taxed at, down to 20%, taxed at 25% for the property tax, giving us a value. It would come on our roll, our tax roll at 7.74 million. Okay? So that's what they're looking at from those deals. Years 1 through 10 are a little irrelevant because the state of Kansas has already tied our hands and not allowed us to collect those taxes.
They've not allowed us to collect them, but it's not to say that we can't ask for them.
But you can base your formula off that. And in those first 10 years,
I don't
their
have that
equipment's,
one figured yet. I don't have it figured yet. I was working on this because that's what I thought made sense.
so remember, your
I
first
can
10
have-
years, your equipment's more valuable. You've depreciated 10 years off before you get to year 11 on here. You've already lost the greatest value of that property.
Exactly.
Well, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Rich.
And you're going to partially answer your Ohio point. In Ohio, there's no property tax exemption for renewable projects when they get stood up. So, and their depreciation schedule is really extreme. And so what the state did was it allowed counties, if they wanted to do a pilot, to do a stable pilot. If you don't have a pilot, you start off with a very high tax load and then it drops almost to zero by year 20. And so what they said was if counties want to do a pilot, they can do a pilot, but it needs to be steady state across all 20 years in Ohio.
They're still making money at $8,000 a megawatt.
Well, they're in PJM, which is a completely different, the PJM projects, Ohio is very close to Pennsylvania and therefore close to New York and to New Jersey. So the price of power there is at least double what it is here, at least double, if not more. So Ohio projects are inherently more valuable than projects in Kansas. So setting aside that issue, I just want to tell you how they structured that law. And so that is that's a significant difference from the way Kansas structures pilots and renewables and so forth. So just wanted to update you on that.
I guess so. What I'm hearing as an idea is structure a pilot or solve such that it's making up for, or it's equivalent to property tax.
I'd like to see what the dollar figure is for and you can base it off of even your 10 years instead of your 7 depreciated up to 20%. Figure it off of 100% at the beginning to 20% in year 10. I'd like to see the dollar figure there.
Second.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it off the top of my head, but.
Well, it don't matter. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna wait till tonight to see what happens. I want to see what Linn County says tonight. That's what I'm wanting to do anyway. I mean, I've been pretty vocal about that, so that's where I've been the whole time, guys. And I appreciate you coming in there and that you came, but you haven't changed my mind yet. I just say that's what, basically I want to hear what Linn County has to say.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We'll be there tonight as well. And, but, wanted to, talk about this aspect.
Exactly.
Of course.
I'm glad you came.
I just wanted to get it out there what we could potentially make, but we're still at 1,300, right?
I mean, Jason threw out 1,600 a megawatt and put that in there. I said, can we do it flat? And 300 megawatts for $1,600 flat, it'd be, $480,000. Because again, if we, and I would have to go and get more input on this, but to just take just pay taxes as if there was no abatement, like would certainly move us in the wrong direction.
No, I'm just saying you can pay it to the pilot in lieu of taxes, but I want to know what the figures is. What I want.
Right, well, I mean,
And then we negotiate from there.
It's if you're solving to, yeah, I mean, I guess you could solve for that number, but like that's probably assuming it's, just to say, we know that $800,000 is the year 11 number. All right. And if the pilot is starting at around half that, like that's advantageous for the project that would, allow us to market it to get a PPA. If you're saying, well, we'd like, you to pretend that there is no such thing as a pilot and pay taxes for the first 10 years, then you're doubling that. And that's going to swing the needle in the wrong direction. So it's sort of the same thing. Like, sure, Dane, I could promise to pay you, $1 million a year.
Negotiations is what I call it, but it's.
Right, but
that's where I want to see the number.
Yeah, I mean, if you say it's $800,000-$900,000 a year, right? That's too high, right? It's gonna swing economics to where it doesn't matter what the number is because it won't get built. But what I'm trying to find is a number, right, where the county feels like we're in the range of what's been done already in the state, still works for the project, and it ultimately you would be able to get that money. That's what it boils down to, right?
Yeah, I understand.
That's what I want, right?
I understand where you're at too.
And then as far as, Danny, your point about, different districts and how the, existing property tax is allocated.
I'm just really pushing my people down here. I can't even get a county barn down here.
Right.
In my district. So I guess I got to capitalize on the first 10 years because year 11, I'm not getting nothing.
I think that's something
if that's the way we're going to play it, if we're going to play it by district, me and Jim aren't getting anything out of it. So we should capitalize the first 10, right?
If you guys were to, you can earmark, I think, and that's how I wrote up the contribution agreement. I think that could be a compromise on that share goes to that district. Or
What if we took the money and invested it in the 200 acres of undeveloped land in the industrial park? That would be in your school district.
Okay.
That would help everybody's tax out by bringing in businesses and diversifying our tax portfolio.
Sounds like we're thinking alike now.
Right? It would be steps in the right direction, Danny. We have that land sitting there. We haven't committed to building it out or doing anything along those lines. But you do understand what I'm saying is you're saying you get nothing out of the power plant, but you do get something out of the power plant. 64 cents of every dollar gets paid out of there. Not just there, it's more like, 58? Something that way. That was my whole taxing district. So it's not that you're not getting something out of there. Your school doesn't get anything out of there. I understand that.
And you guys get what, $6 million a year?
Yep.
Each time Pleasant wants to put a roof on, they got to put on the ballot and raise taxes. Hence why we're the highest tax levy in the county, right? Which makes it what? Taxes higher all around, right?
Correct.
I'm tired of it. I don't even have a county barn there right now. You know what I get? Do you know what the answer I'd get if I said, well, let's try to revamp this. Let's, move it around. Is that legal? Well, no, Danny, it's not because they voted on it. Yeah, back in 1978, they voted on it, just like your hospital district and all that crap. Nobody ever wants to try to, let's do it county-wide so we all benefit off of it. I mean, the power plant or the solar thing's only in your district, right? So why the hell are Jim and I sitting here? Why are we making a decision on it? We don't, it's not our district, right?
Could be.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Part of our regulations are countywide.
But why though? It's only in your district.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. What do you mean?
Project could go anywhere. Could it not?
It's going to go next as close as it can get to the power plant.
Okay. What would you like to see?
Us benefit. Everybody, countywide.
I don't know about taxing district. Maybe. Okay.
As I'm gonna have to go.
Okay. I think we've gone through it enough anyway, haven't we?
I do. I appreciate you guys coming. Thank you. But
Yep.
like I said,
Thank you, guys.
it's I got something I got to go do.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having us in general, happy to continue to, if there's a number you guys want to discuss, let us take a look at it. I can run some more math on, matching.
I'd like to get that figure though, even though, I know it's something that I'd like to see it. If it was taxable.
Okay.
And split that out into a 10-year deal myself, just to see the numbers.
I already have it, Josh.
You got
Sorry?
it?
Okay.
Yes. I was trying to share it, but nobody wanted to pay attention to my spreadsheets.
I love a good spreadsheet.
Excuse me. Because it's at 1,600.
I was trying to.
I'll stand and watch.
I was trying to get it.
I did
not have it. I did not have it. I told you I had.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Okay.
Now you like me?
I don't know.
Right.
I have a feeling I'm
I
not.
wouldn't go that far yet, Jason.
All right. So here's year 1 through 10, okay? And only pay attention to this section right here, okay? And the reason you're only paying attention to that is because everything else is wrong based off of assumptions that I had in there. Okay? So here's their value year over year based off what they're saying. This is depreciated out to 20% in year 7. Okay?
Okay.
So then we get in here. Here is our taxes. We're going to have it taxed at 25%. So that's what's going on our evaluation year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we use our mill levies that we have, and this is based, Danny, off of the mill levy in tax unit 11, yes, which is the one that their project would fall into. So here's the things that would typically or would get money from it based off that. So if the state of Kansas did not have the law saying that 1 through 10 we're not taxing them, that's approximately what they would be paying in year 1.
So just the county portion of it. What's the county portion of it for 10 years? Yeah, that
18.7 million.
It's a long ways from 5. Think you guys will get there?
Nope.
I guess we go.
Okay, Danny. Here's the other thing that I had worked up. And the reason I didn't send this out to you is because I didn't have the numbers right. So I didn't send it out, right? Okay, so this would be an EDF project based off of Mark Briggs's map and assuming that it's in Valley Township, which would be taxing unit 41. Now, Mark Briggs's map also shows that part of EDF's project could go into the taxing district above, but we don't know because we don't have anything to work off of. Okay, the only thing we're working off of is the 250 megawatts that EDF has on the internet for their Garnet project. That is the only information that we have. But that's what it would look like in years 11 through 15 in your district. I also,
But what's going to stop the EDF project?
right? I mean,
Right.
I don't know. It's our regs. Okay, this is a made-up solar field in the Centerville district. I would like to highlight that it is made up, showing what it would do for Jim's district with one sitting there. What it would do for the county. That's a 250 megawatt facility. And I'm using Clearway's per megawatt cost to establish these projections that they're going to see on our tax roll. So I will get David to put this on the share file for you. I will get years 1 through 10 completed and you can look at it. I also have the IRPs and stuff that way pulled down off of the Evergy website that you can look through and see what it is. And you can do your research on that as well. Okay. That work?
That works for me. Thank you.
Danny?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion we adjourn.
In the work section?
Yes.
Can't have a motion.
Didn't have a motion.
Oh, yeah, that's
Nope.
right.
Work session is closed.
I'm wrong again.
Well, we can't have any official business, don't you remember?
Yeah. We'll see you all.
Thanks.